Next, we have case 18524, Hewlett Friedman Group LLC. Use variance, construct addition used for office space. Variances, front yard setbacks on Broadway and Trinity Place. Side yard, construct one-story additions with decks above and two-story addition, all attached to existing building. Waive off-street parking with insufficient stall size and backup space. Special exception to park in Resident B District and to park in the front yard setback on Trinity Place, also known as 1133 Broadway.
Thank you. This is a busy property.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chelly Deegan Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, here on behalf of the applicant, Friedman Group LLC. Ryan and Guy Friedman, the principals, are seated behind me to my left. To my right is Mr. Wayne Muller. He is a transportation engineer recognized by this board on many, many occasions to and permitted to provide expert opinion testimony in the areas of parking and traffic. We would ask that he be permitted to do so again today. He is with R&M Engineering. The application before the board this afternoon is for variance relief to permit additions to a two-story building that is situated on a parcel of property on the southeast corner of Trinity Place and Broadway in Hewlett, 1133 Broadway.
Where's the signage?
It is a property that we are the denial indicates that we need a use variance for, but I believe that may be because the plan examiner was not aware that in 1980, this board granted variance relief for both use and parking in the Residence B district and parking in the front yard setback and off-street parking variances.
Excuse me, Mr. Benesso.
Yes.
Folks, it's not easy to hear up here, so if you're going to engage in a dialogue, I would ask that you do so outside.
The use that was granted previously, Mr. Vanessa, was it for the same purpose that you're requesting, or that it seems you need now?
The use was approved for a retail building, but nonetheless a commercial use. That's a use variance. That use variance runs with the land, and as such, the property is entitled to be used commercially. That said, we're proposing to use it for an office building, and we're proposing some additions to the building in order to permit a little bit more space. I have copies of the 1980 decisions, case numbers 497, 498, and 499 of 1980 that I'll hand up to the board and ask that they be placed in the record.
So, Mr. Vanessa, are you saying, so, as you know, in terms of area variances, if I have a house that encroaches in the side yard and I get a variance for, to go into 3 feet, when I add an extension on the back of that, even though I'm going to stay with the 3 feet, I have to get that grant again for that new section. Are you saying that the use you were granted for the structure previously would allow you to add another space on the building, and the use would carry to that space too?
No, I would say that the additional space that we're adding needs to be approved by this board for commercial use, but there is already precedent for this site to be permitted for commercial uses, and that's why I'm submitting the use variance approvals, as well as the parking variance, parking in the front yard setback, and parking in the Residence B approvals that previously existed.
Is it a Residence B zone?
It is a Residence B zone. But for all intents and purposes, if you take a look at the area map, this is truly a commercial piece of property surrounded by commercial, industrial, and public amenity uses. If you go on Broadway, if you look on Broadway directly across the street, we have a cemetery and church. Directly to the south and actually behind our lot on Trinity Place is the library and the parking lot for the library. To the north of Trinity Place, you've got a commercial building, medical building. You've got a locksmith, a storage use. You've got to the north of that medical and doctor's offices. On the other side of Broadway, north of the cemetery. You've got an industrial use as self-storage facility. You've also got commercial uses in the form of doctor's office and a decorator's office. So this corridor, this particular area of Broadway is a commercial area. The property is a commercial use, so it's certainly not, our proposal to use it for an office building is only actually in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and the pattern of development. It's not adverse to that. With regard to the setbacks, the applicant seeks some front, side and side yard aggregate setback variances in order to permit the additions on the building. Be that as it may, it will be used they will be used for additional offices. The applicant intends to utilize the property as their business offices. And then they're asking for variance relief for parking. They provide 9 parking spaces on site, albeit because they're 8.5 feet wide as opposed to the required 9 feet wide. They don't meet the parking requirement or the parking space requirement. As such, it's deemed a full waiver, but as a practical matter, they are providing 9 very workable spaces. They also have a backup space of only 20 feet as opposed to 24 feet, and they are parking, some of the spaces are in the front yard setback on Trinity's Place. So yes, they are 18 long, but they're 8.5 feet wide instead of 9 feet wide. That's to get another parking space in. But the prior approval permitted 5 parking spaces on site. This will now have 9 parking spaces on site. It requires 14, so we're deficient 5 spaces if you look at it from the standpoint of how many spaces are actually provided. Mr. Muller is here to provide specific testimony regarding the parking demand for a site like this, and unless the board has any questions with regard to the site development, I'll pass it over to him.
Is this building strictly going to be used for offices? It
Correct.
certainly looks like a
It will not
residence.
be a dwelling, no dwelling use.
No mixed use.
No mixed use.
Thank you.
You said you're providing 9, and that 5 deficit is 14, what the building probably calculated.
Yes, and that includes 2 spaces required for the basement storage.
That's included in the
Yes, that's included in the 14.
whether it's a 200 denominator.
Yes, for office space, correct. Which is the same as retail, and it already has been approved for retail, but not at this size. Mr. Muller?
Good afternoon. For the record, Wayne Muller with the firm of Robinson and Muller Engineering. Our offices are at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. No, sir.
Oh, you saw it. Visit the place.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, I submitted a copy of an analysis
I mean, it was a
dated
dwelling.
March 13th, 2024, that was prepared by my firm.
They're going to take this.
As indicated in the report and as discussed by Mr. Benesso, we are seeking to add an 842 square foot addition to the existing facility. The specifics of the addition and the project are on the plans prepared by John D. Capobianco, architect, dated April 10, 2023, most recently revised November 16, 2023. As Mr. Benesso has indicated and as depicted on the plans, a total of 14 spaces are required for this subject development, and a total of 9 parking spaces are provided on the property. Therefore, relief is required in the form of a parking variance for 5 parking spaces. As Mr. Benesso has indicated, the stall sizes are substandard. However, based on my testimony for prior applications and in accordance with industry standards, the 8.5-foot width and the 18-foot length, as well as the 20-foot backup aisle, are more than sufficient for this type of use, which would be specifically a low turnover type use, an office use. In order to determine the level of activity on the project site, we performed observations on Wednesday, March 6th, 2024, between 7 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the evening. In the existing condition, the maximum number of vehicles that we observed to be parked on site was 3. We then consulted the Institute of Transportation Engineers parking generation statistics in the 6th generation of the manual, which is the latest edition, specifically relating to Land Use Code 712, which represents a small office building, of which this is. The total square footage of the building is somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,830 square feet. In accordance with the ITE statistics, we would indicate for a small office building, no more than 5 vehicles parked. So the 9 parking spaces provided on the property would be more than sufficient to accommodate the use. We took our analysis one step further and determined that if the project site office building was utilized as a medical office building in accordance with the ITE statistics, we would anticipate 7 vehicles parked. I also consulted statistics which I presented before this board in the application of Mount Sinai South Nassau Hospital, that the office building which was located on, what is it, Oceanside?
Wanto Avenue.
On Wanto Avenue, south of Sunrise Highway. As part of that application, we observed a medical office facility in Greenlawn and found that the parking ratio, the maximum parking ratio that we observed there was 2.96. Applying that ratio to the entirety of the building to be located on this property, we would anticipate 8 vehicles parked. It's actually 7.04, but we rounded up to 8. So therefore, it is my professional opinion that there is more than sufficient parking provided on the property to accommodate the activity that would be generated by either a general office or a medical office, and that the parking stall sizes that are depicted on the plans are adequate to satisfy the activity that would be generated by this type of facility, that being a relatively low turnover, and that by granting this application, there'll be no significant impacts to parking conditions in and around the subject property, and that the stall sizes are adequate. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's our direct presentation. I believe that this, as noted, this is for all intents and purposes, a commercial piece of property. This will allow it to be used in its highest and best form without creating traffic congestion or parking problems in the area based upon the testimony, very conservative testimony looking at both non-medical and medical uses, even with the higher demand that a medical office building would require in the event that the Friedmans were to later sell or lease the building to another user. It can accommodate that appropriately. So we would ask the board to grant the application.
Who wishes to speak on this matter before we close it?
Come up. The podium, ma'am. Stand at the podium, please. Okay.
Speak louder.
Can you hear me now? Is this
Yes.
better? Okay. Hi. I'll just introduce myself again. My name is Michelle Young. I am director of the Hewlett-Packard Public Library. We are facing, actually my office faces the house that is going to be renovated right across from my office. And I wanted to just tell you a little bit about the library and the issues that we're having right now. Right now, my library serves 21,000 people. We have 35 public parking spots. And they're right up against the house. And that house, I can't even begin to imagine 9 spots in their lot. Because there's barely any room for my patrons to come to the library. The other concern that I have too is the construction process, people trying to actually get in and out of the lot. I don't know where the trucks are going to be. We already have people that are parking in our lot that are not library users, so that's really an issue. I just really wanted to bring this to your attention because I am concerned about even the site view. When I talked to the school district, because our parking lot is also owned by the school district of Hewlett-Woodmere, I'm also concerned that we're not going to have no one's going to be able to actually see our library. It's going to be hiding behind a very large construction. I just want to voice these concerns and have it on the record that we came here, and these are, you know, the concerns of not only my staff, who are also unionized, but the public of 21,000 people that come to me. I've already had people calling me and complaining and wanting to know what this project is all about, which is why I'm here today. I'm here on behalf of all of my patrons that come there. We're the second highest circulating library in Nassau County. We're very busy, and I'd like to keep it that way. I want to keep my patrons happy, and I'm very concerned that this business, which is literally out the window from my office, this 9 spots, that the people that are going to this business are not going to be going to those spots, but they're going to be coming into my lot. So
Is
I'm
your
really
lot- sorry,
concerned.
is your lot entered from Broadway or Trinity Place or both?
There's only one place to enter it, and that's on Broadway.
On Broadway?
Yes.
And if I'm looking at this overview correctly, their lot, I guess, would be entered from Trinity, right?
Correct.
And so I'm not clear on how, you said something about how your people would get into your lot or something like that when you first started speaking.
No, they could get in the lot. I think the problem is that a lot of people locally, and not just maybe this business, park in our lot as well. So that's a problem for us when people want to come in and out, firstly for programming and things like that.
Are you, I'm still missing it.
Okay.
They are proposing to put a lot at their house entering from Trinity.
Yes.
I assume, but I may be incorrect, that I wouldn't be able to drive. Will there be something separating? So if I'm in your lot, I can't drive into there'll be a curb or something around?
Correct. It's
Okay.
entirely closed off from the library lot.
So I'm not, I want to make sure I'm following you, like
Okay,
how
that's
that,
fine.
how that would in any way affect the parking in your lot, unless you're saying their patrons might use your lot.
That's what I'm trying to say. We already get that, yeah.
Okay. What is the business, Mr. Benesso?
Pardon?
What is the business that?
They are builders, and it's going to be their business offices for their company. They've actually indicated that there have been times that people have parked on their lot who are not associated with them, and they think that it might be people who are using the library. It sounds to me like, with all due respect, perhaps the library needs more space for parking. You know, what I'm hearing is that they have a very big patronage and not enough parking spaces. That, unfortunately, is not my client's fault. My client, through empirical data, is establishing that even with a medical office use on that site, 9 parking spaces should be sufficient to accommodate their needs. And since their space, their lot does not access the library lot and is in fact accessed strictly from Trinity and not from Hewlett, there should be no confusion or overflow going on to the library lot.
Would you like to respond?
Expand? No, I actually said everything that I wanted to say.
Okay.
Like I said, we don't know what to expect in terms of the construction. We don't want, if there's issues with trucks, and, you know, we want to be sure that the lot stays clear, so we can still continue our programming even over the summer, so.
All construction vehicles will be on site. They're not permitted to park anywhere else or use any other property to perform their construction. So all construction will be staged on site.
Do they also store, like, do they have approval to store? Do they
materials?
store their own trucks overnight?
No.
And they're- oh,
No, that's not what this site is for. We're not seeking outside storage of vehicles. This is strictly a business office.
How high is the curb?
There is a shed in the back, or a garage shed in the back, that's coming down and will now be 3 additional parking spaces.
But he needs these spaces too.
Which ones? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for listening, I
Welcome.
appreciate it.
We have someone else who signed in who is interested. Chris Ebel? Is he or she here? Chris? Guess not. Okay, Mr. Benesso, would you like to sum up?
Not yet.
If you haven't done so already?
I think I have already.
Wait,
Time out.
Yes.
Hold it.
Well, with all due respect, I have a curveball. On January 15th, 1980, there was the application, used dwelling for retail store in Residence B, and they did give it a use, but the conditions, number 3, says the subject premise are to be used solely for retail purpose as applied for.
Correct.
The acting commissioner of the building department, I was asked about it, and Patrick went and spoke to him personally, and he said that's why it needs another use.
That's why what?
It needs a second use. Before us today, it needs a use, because this was a qualified use variance. I just want you to get the opportunity
Yeah.
to address
I
that.
understand, and frankly, I would assert that the law does not read it that way. If a use variance is granted for a commercial use of a property, that extends throughout the entire property. Now, because we're expanding, we do need to come before this board and ask for the additional relief, but the use of the property may be used for commercial purposes.
Even though
Even though it says
explicitly
strictly-
says
Yeah.
for retail purpose only.
Correct. The case law is very clear. Once you extend a permitted commercial use to a property, any use in that commercial district is a permitted use. So that would be my legal argument. From a practical standpoint, this property has been commercial, if
I
you will,
understand that, and I
for
think on the
decades.
surface,
Yeah.
it's very attractive, actually. It looks like, a nice Cape Cod building.
Yes,
a
it'll
sweet
still
little
have a
community.
residential feel to it.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Could you give us a memo?
Sure.
To that effect, because that, just
Yeah,
to
it's the,
clarify
I believe it's the
stuff.
Angel Plants case. Use variance extends throughout the property and is permanent. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'll be happy to give you that.
Please,
Thanks.
thank you.
That's our direct presentation.
Any other questions from the board?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next case is, oh. Oshitara.
Next, we have cases 18624 through 18924. Oceanside, Calagio, Contrino. Variances, side yards aggregate. Maintain additions, garage conversion to living space. Roof over patio with outdoor kitchen and barbecue, all attached to dwelling. Maintain pool filter with less than required side yard setbacks. Maintain shed higher than permitted with side and rear yard setbacks. Special exception to maintain second accessory structure, gazebo higher and larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum on all sides, also known as 3449 Widener Avenue. So we have you sworn in from earlier, just your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Again, Salvatore Koshia, permits are us, 338 Jericho Turnpike, Syosset, New York, 11791. Good afternoon again.
Afternoon.
I'm here on behalf of Mr. Contrino, who wishes to maintain and legalize roofed-over patio, outdoor kitchen with barbecue, shed, gazebo, and pool filter. The property is located in the Residence B zone. The addition has a side yard of 5.2 feet, where the required is 10 feet, and a roof-over patio and outdoor kitchen and addition have an aggregate of 11.3 feet, where the required is 15 feet. The pool filter has a side yard of 1 foot, where the required is 4 feet. And the shed has a rear yard of 0.8 and a side yard of 1.4, where the required is 2 feet. The gazebo has a horizontal max of 17 feet by 15 feet, where the required is 12, and is 255 square feet, where the allowed is 144 square feet, and is 13 feet tall, where the required is 9 feet. Lot coverage on this property is 30.23, the required is 27.5. All of these items have existed for 25 years prior to my client purchasing the home, with the exception of the pool and the filter. My client had it installed during COVID. He's now retiring and putting all the affairs in order and is looking to downsize.
piece of property. But,
You can call it a gazebo, pavilion, pergola, or roof over it, whatever floats your boat on that one. It's a pavilion. We'll go with pavilion.
Maybe you should explain that being an inside joke to the rest of the audience.
I don't think they want to, I think they
No,
want to
I
go
don't
home.
think, I don't think those people here want to hear it.
You have an open permit to maintain sanding repairs and seek definition.
Correct, all permits will be closed out
Closed
upon
out.
inspection.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? If not, how about a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm done. Have a great day.
Good for you.
All in favor? Might have been done later. Might have been done. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Torah. Peachy Keen.
What's next?
What is this one?
Next, we have case 79423, near Valley Stream, Kultura, Tefillah. A special exception to construct three-story synagogue for religious educational use with variances for lot area occupied, front yard average setback, side yards, and rear yard. Waive off-street parking, demolish existing dwelling, also known as 500 Hungry Harbor
This
Road.
one is going to be a happy horse show.
Gregory Kalnitsky, with Vercelli Deegan Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, on behalf of the applicant, Kultura Tefillah, also known as Kalavavos. I'm joined today with several members of the congregation, Moshe Kapelowitz, who is familiar with the shul's operation, Mindy Kapelowitz, who is in charge of their women's club, and her presence here will become relevant very soon. We have the architect, Sam Fagenbaum, who designed the premises and has designed other Orthodox Jewish temples that have been before this board and approved in the past. We have Wayne Muller from RM Engineering as our traffic and parking expert, and we have Barry Nelson as our real estate expert. The premises is located at 500 Hungry Harbor Road. The lot size is approximately 7,915 square feet. It's located in the Residence B zone. The premises fronts Hungry Harbor Road between Plainfield Lane and Kearney Drive. It is presently improved with an existing two-story home. The surrounding area consists predominantly of single-family homes, along with an assisted living center diagonally across the street. Today, we're seeking several variances from the BZA to demolish the existing single-family home and construct a premises suitable for religious use based on the current size of the congregation, the tenets of Orthodox Judaism, and other comparable temples which have been approved by this board. The variances applied for are a special exception to construct a three-story synagogue for religious and educational use. We're seeking a lot area variance. We're proposing 52.8% of coverage, where only 27.5% is permitted. As far as the front yard setback, we are proposing 14 feet 8 inches, but if you look at where the building actually is, the intrusion into the front yard setback is solely because of stairs and portico that are leading to the main structure. In that regard, it's designed to be in line with the other residences and buildings on Hungry Harbor Road.
Currently a one-family dwelling, or is it used as a,
It's used as a synagogue currently.
it is?
Yes. I will go through the history of how we got here.
Okay, I thought you said it was used as a dwelling.
No, it's technically a single-family home, and if you look at it from the street, it appears to be a single-family home.
Thank you.
I think it would be helpful at this time if I distributed to the board some shots. That would be Yossi Fischler, who is with us here today. He used the drone to take a picture of the subject property in its current state. And I felt that if the board looked at it, it would better inform your decision-making.
I've seen the property.
So, on the first page, you see, in the second house from the left, that's what's currently being used as a temple, 500 Hungry Harbor Road. If you look at the next page, it depicts the rear yard of the premises, which shows heavy foliage and landscaping in the form of tall trees. You also see some landscaping on the side yard of the property as well.
On one side.
The final photograph is a drone photo taken at 39 feet to show that the trees are tall enough to shield the structure
Oh, I've seen it.
from the neighbor to the rear. The applicant is seeking relief in the form of side yard setbacks. The existing setback is 8 feet 4 inches on the east side yard and 8 feet 8 inches on the west side yard. The applicant is proposing something just slightly less than that. And if you look at the plans, there's some degree of modulation in the side yards. Of course, the building department measures it from the shortest point, but there are areas where over 8 feet of side yard is preserved in the plans. The applicant is also proposing a rear yard setback of 10 feet, where they are required to have 25 feet. It should be noted that were this to be a commercial property that was abutting a residential zone, the code provides that a 10-foot setback is permissible. And finally, we are seeking relief in the form of off-street parking and a waiver for same. Per the building department, 214 parking spaces are required, and we're proposing 0. And Mr. Muller will speak to the parking situation shortly. The synagogue is intended to operate like other synagogues in the neighborhood, which provide religious services for families 7 days a week from morning until night. The only employee on the premises is the rabbi and a few part-time cleaners that maintain the shul. The size of the congregation is currently about 120 member families, consisting typically of husband, wife, and children. Okay. The variances are being requested here because the temple is currently bursting at the seams, and it's wholly unable to provide religious services and programming at a level comparable to the other Orthodox Jewish shuls in the area. Women and children of the congregation are particularly underserved because of space and time limitations. When you put this application in context, I'm hopeful that you will see that the shul is not asking for the world. They're only asking for enough space to accommodate their existing members and being able to offer the same level of religious services that other Orthodox Jewish shuls offer. Kal Levavos began in 2016 as a small collection of families that would pray in each other's living rooms. Over time, they began to attract more people and more families and quickly outgrow using somebody's living room and dining room. And as such, they purchased 500 Hungry Harbor Road in 2017 when, the congregation consisted of a mere 40 to 50 people. The shul is simultaneously a place of prayer, a place of study, and a place of communal experience. Congregation members, due to the tenets of Orthodox Judaism, tend to live within a half mile or less of the congregation such that they can walk to the temple during the Shabbos as well as high holy days when Orthodox Jews are not permitted to drive. In addition, the tenets of Orthodox Judaism dictate that men and women must be kept separate, which includes the children as well. This makes it difficult to schedule programming in the current premises because there is simply no usable space to do so. In the current configuration, the main sanctuary is the only usable space and creates myriad scheduling issues and results in certain categories of congregation members being underserved, namely women and children. Study and lecture programs are frequently cut short or altogether eliminated because the main sanctuary must be used for other services, such as prayer. The synagogue is currently unable to offer sufficient programming for women and children because of scheduling and space limitations, thereby leaving them underserved compared to other Orthodox Jewish religious uses in the area. Collations, an essential part of Orthodox Jewish life, wherein there is communal dining and religious discussion, must currently take place in the rear of the main sanctuary and utilize a narrow hallway adjacent thereto, which creates serious scheduling issues because the collations have to be set up and broken down before they can have the other activity. It's disruptive to the functioning of the shul and restrains them from practicing the religion in a way in which they intend to. Larger celebrations and collations and events of religious importance actually happen outdoors currently in the rear yard of the premises, which places the Kala Vavos congregation at a disadvantage compared to other Orthodox religious uses in the area. And as an aside, it's likely not desirable to have congregations that occur regularly in the rear yard of a residential neighborhood. When we go through the plans, you will see that, that part will be accommodated within the proposed premises. Women can't participate in religious worship to the extent that they desire because the women's section cannot come even close to accommodating the number of women members. This also results in less children attending religious services because the fathers have issues supervising children while also focusing on prayer. The way the premises is designed now, without accommodation for children, you have children running in the backyard and outside, and generally creating a situation which we believe would be safer in the proposed premises because it could accommodate children. The congregation has a strong women's club which contains 100+ members that are unable to gather as frequently as they'd like because of scheduling and space limitations of the current premises. So the configuration of the premises presented here today will be one that can accommodate all of the congregation's membership and more suitably provide a religious use that is customary of Orthodox Jewish uses in the area. I have the president of the Women's Club present in case the board would like to hear from her firsthand about the scheduling issues that she faces in scheduling events for the Women's Club, as well as the temple's current inability to provide religious children's programming. If the board would like, I will call her, but otherwise I would like to turn over to our architect, Sam Fagenbaum, who's going to walk you through the proposed premises.
Board, thank you. As we've seen this, the renderings. Sam Feigenbaum, 548 Derby Avenue, Woodmere, New York, 11598. I'm a member of the community as well as an architect, and so I have been in front of the board several times proposing synagogues since previously. The nature of the design of the project is to give it, although it is a synagogue, but to at least give it some scale and reference to residential style architecture so that it blends in more in line within just something that was substantially more monolithic.
What is the height that you're going, the overall height?
The
If you
overall
know.
height from the center line of the street is
No, this is in the
42.
flood zone.
It is in the flood zone.
So you go from the DFE, DFE plus 30.
The DFE, well, that was the difference. I was talking with the building department because the lower level is below the floodplain and can be flood-proofed.
Oh, wait, so there's,
So they asked me to list the number based on the center line of the street. The DFE is about 3'9".
no, hold on. Unless I'm reading this wrong. So, and I may be, because they may have different rules. But the DFE shown on the plans is 10, right? And from that 10, you're supposed to have no more than 30 additional feet. But this seems to be at 49, 1 3/4, which would be well above, that's 39 more feet. Plus, there's, above the DFE, there are 3 stories of usable space. Usually, you're only allowed 2 stories of usable space above the DFE, and maybe something different is applicable here that I don't know about, so I'm guess you guys will tell me that.
In a residential B zone, Barry Nelson, 220 Patty Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. I would just like to call your attention to section 68, and that would be B, in case of a building other than a single-family dwelling, no building shall be greater than 3 stories or 45 feet in height.
Does that apply in a flood zone?
I don't know if the flood zone applies here, but I believe the architect will confirm that your height is from the crown of the road.
The building department requested we list it from the crown of the road, which we are still several feet underneath, which is 3 foot 9 inches, is about, I think, what was it, 3 foot 9 inches or so below the DFE. And the reason was is because the actual occupiable floor space is starting below design flood elevation. The code allows for commercial or community facility structures to be designed as flood-proof lower than the design flood elevation.
For those structures in those zones, or those structures even proposed in a residential zone?
It's any zone. It's just the nature of, there are zones that they don't need a special permit. It's that type of structure in a flood zone.
So wait, Mr. Nelson, you're telling me that you're allowed to have what height in this zone for this structure?
Non-residential, 45 feet and 3 stories in a residential B zone, section 68B. If you would like, I can.
No, 45 feet from what?
It just
From ground?
defines the 45 feet.
It would be under the code as from the crown of the road.
So, do you think that reconciles with FEMA? I mean, I don't think they said, I don't know. I can't imagine FEMA saying, listen, we don't want things getting destroyed, so everything's got to start at 10 feet, finished floor, except, if you want to put some commercial structure there, you can build it as low as you
Have
want,
to-
livable space below it.
FEMA has very specific requirements on how to build those in a commercial or community facility type space. There's construction requirements.
So FEMA applies the commercial construction requirements so you can build habitable space for
Below the
congregants
floodplain.
below the flood zone, but they won't let you do it in your own house.
Correct. I didn't make it up.
Do you know what FEMA section it is?
I don't know it offhand. I've done a couple of these before, actually.
Where?
It's
I
illogical.
did this one on, I did one specifically on Peninsula Boulevard and Branch Boulevard.
What town?
It's officially Cedarhurst. The parking lot's in Woodmere in the town of Hempstead, but the building is not, so we were not here. We were from Cedarhurst.
Did you have to get relief from Cedarhurst
We had to get relief
for the structure or for the parking, or
for the size of the structure and the parking.
what kind of size relief?
It was just similar to the release they're asking here. They're looking to build a larger structure than is permitted in a residential as a house.
But
The
did
use is
Cedarhurst also, was that in a residence zone in Cedarhurst?
Correct, but a synagogue was permitted there in that case.
Right,
It
but
did
did-
not need a special permit.
Did Cedarhurst have to give you relief? Did Cedarhurst allow 3 stories without relief and building for habitable space below the flood zone?
Their concern was not the habitable space below the flood zone because it's permitted per the FEMA code. So as long as it's built in the proper manner, like we had to provide.
So the answer for that part's no.
Yeah.
Did you need relief for 3 stories or no?
In that situation, I'm not sure if we needed relief for 3
Well,
stories.
what's the name of the project? I'd like to learn from it.
The name of the project?
Or how can I identify it so we can look into it and
It's called-
understand more?
It is, the name of the project was, it's called the K Shul, K-A-Y, K Synagogue.
And it's in Cedarhurst, but the parking's in,
An edge of the parking lot, it's right on the borderline between the town of Hempstead.
okay. That should, for my own edification, I'd like to.
I don't know if it's officially, in other words, the height of the building was based on where the water table was below. We try to stay right above that to keep costs reasonable. So we try to push the building as far down into the ground as we can, same as we did here. The water table at this current location is sitting 2 feet below the lowest level of the basement plan here. The congregation's preference would have actually been able to push the building much further down into the water, but then you're building essentially what's called a bathtub. construction. They build those in Manhattan and some of those other areas, but we typically try to avoid that. It's cost
Wait,
prohibitive.
so the level you're calling the basement level, hold on, are there, I only thought there were 3 levels of usable
That is
space.
3 levels. The basement, first and second was how we had it called. As I mentioned, the congregation would love to push that basement down, but there's water about, I think, 5 feet.
What's the, wait. Okay. But what is the elevation of finished first floor? Because I have something that says basement floor,
Basement floor.
then, and that is
That is several feet.
slightly below grade.
That is several feet below grade.
Then I have another level, right?
It's called first floor,
Then I have another level,
called second floor, and that's all we
and then up above that, there's a whole series of windows.
No, that's at the second level. It's in the roof line. We designed the roof line to start at the second level so that it scales the house down instead of
Well,
building a
what's up
three-story
there?
box. What?
What's up there?
That is the social hall.
So that is a level.
That is a level, but that's only 3 levels. It's hiding inside the roof line. So that
Okay.
we're not building a 3-story, a large box and then putting our pad on top of it. We're trying to scale down the building as much as possible to slope the roof lines.
Oh, I see the basement level has a floor of, the basement level has a very, very high ceiling.
Well, that's
Inside.
That's the main sanctuary level.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what was confusing from the exterior. It's like, what, 18 or something? I find this very interesting.
To clarify the roof line starts on the second floor level.
Yeah, it was the 18-foot ceilings in the bottom floor that was confusing.
That's not the, it's
Or
not
14, whatever it
18.
is.
It was 14-foot floor to floor, yes.
It's unclear because if you include what's below grade, I can't tell exactly how I had, but it was the, and there are some lines on the side that was relatively confusing for me, but. So that,
Variance board, correct. It's probably maybe 5 years ago.
and you don't, do you recall what relief was needed in that case?
I don't recall the specifics. I'm sure it was yards, lot coverage, parking, similar to what most synagogues typically need.
But that one had a basement style, or some portion of the first floor was below grade?
Correct, similar to here, and I was also in front of the board several years ago to a building just further down the block where it's a similar design and condition, but in that case, they had the benefit of the water table, which was several feet low, even though it was only, that was 575 Hungry Harbor Road, and even though it was only about 2 blocks away, the water table was several feet lower, so we were able to push that basement another 3 feet down, so it was only halfway up. So in that case, we were able to hit the point where it was 50% below grade, so it was officially called a cellar and not a 3-story building.
I apologize, I missed it. Is this, the structure is there now, or this is an entirely new structure?
This is a new structure. There is currently a house on the premises that, as was explained by Gregory, that is used as a synagogue.
Do you know if this house that's there now had damage during Sandy, or may or may not be relevant, but do you happen to know?
I don't know. Were any of you around by Sandy?
Yeah, they acquired the property after Sandy.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Do they know if it was, then they would know if it was damaged when they acquired it?
I just looked back there to the congregation members when you'd asked your question, and they nodded no, they didn't know of any damage.
Thank you.
essentially there for natural light, people looking more up towards the sky, not sort of, if you're looking elsewhere down, have to stick your head right there and sort of go on your tippy toes and look down for your average human being.
Does the board have any other questions for Mr. Feigenbaum, or shall we continue? Yes, sir. I just want to emphasize, Mr. Feigenbaum's work in the design of that premises, and make sure the board is aware that that entire building will be used on at least one day a week. On the Shabbos, which is the most traffic day of the shul, the synagogue gets a significant population coming in, and with this new configuration, the men will be in the main sanctuary downstairs. Women will finally have a space for prayer and be on the second floor on a balcony overlooking the main sanctuary. The multi-purpose rooms will be used for children's religious programming so that they're in a safe and confined environment and have religious programming suitable for their age to keep them engaged with the synagogue. And they will all meet upstairs in the social hall for the customary collation after the Shabbos services and to commemorate religious holidays and other milestones. At this point in time, I'd like to hand up several synagogues approved by this board. And I'll just note for the record, it's case number 260 of 2015, Beis HaKnesses of North Woodmere at 649 Hungry Harbor Road, and case 118 of 2019, Kehilas B'nai HaYeshivos at 575 Hungry Harbor Road, that received similar relief to the relief that we are seeking here. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Nelson, our real estate expert, to present testimony regarding real estate values and the effect of the construction of this religious use.
Hold on. I have a question. Is there a kitchen?
There is a warming kitchen, as has been approved in other synagogues, which is designed so that food is not prepared on premises, but rather food is brought in from the outside, from the collation, and the facilities in the warming kitchen are merely to warm the food brought in from the outside.
Is there going to be catering?
Their only option is to bring in food from the outside, and they do have collation. So, I mean, in that regard, events will be catered there. But what do you mean, like hosting a wedding or something?
Yes.
Right. So what the synagogue wants to do, consistent with other congregations, is to have the collations, which are customary after religious services, and in addition to collations, commemorate certain religious milestones that affect the congregation, such as the birth of a child, a bris, an engagement, and this is only for congregation members. This is not going to be a wedding venue open to the public, nor do I think this facility can even hold the appropriate number of people in its occupancy. Orthodox weddings are typically, 400 to 500 people at minimum. The occupancy of the social hall is about half that. So they won't be doing those kinds of large events, but they will only be
So
doing
the occupancy is 250?
of the upstairs portion, yes. And that is necessary because they currently have that type of attendance on a regular Shabbos. So unless the board has any further questions at this point in time, I'd like to have Mr. Barry Nelson provide his testimony.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes, sir.
as recently as about 45 minutes ago, you were qualified by this board as a real estate expert. In the past 45 minutes, have any of your qualifications changed? For the worse?
I saw police waiting outside.
Oh, okay. Then I guess we'll qualify you as real estate expert once again today.
Thank you. I have some photographs that I've prepared of the subject property and surrounding uses. And as council mentioned, the other religious institutions, which I'll go over shortly, include photographs of those uses
See
as
them?
well.
Christina, show them to, I believe those ladies are here in opposition. Do you want to show it to?
Several copies of an original.
I think those ladies are in opposition. Yeah. This is what it looks like now, Kimberly. That's it.
Subject property,
Houses, they're all the same.
500 Hungry Harbor Road, section 39, block 567, tax lot 39. The
We've got one or two people who are here.
development in the area is predominantly single-family residential homes. Council mentioned earlier, just to the southeast of the subject property is the Bristol senior residence, which is approximately 118 units on
These are all- that's the Bristol.
2.89 acres. Otherwise, the majority development is single-family homes. Congregation has been at this location
Backs
since
on the water,
2016 and has grown to the need of a new religious institution synagogue as proposed. The
It's all residential.
crux of the application would be, I've done many religious institutions in this area, and the last pages,
Looking for
pages
one right up the
21
road.
through 34, would show you similar type synagogues that have been developed over the years
Here, put them all.
pursuant to similar variances, area variances, setbacks, and none of them provided any on-site parking, so it was a relief of off-street parking. The three of them that I've submitted, and the photographs would include Young Israel
Yep.
of North Woodmere,
What, this?
634 Hungry Harbor Road, northeast corner of Hungry Harbor Road and Park Lane, 649 Hungry Harbor Road, the southwest corner of Hungry Harbor Road, and Longacre Avenue. And the last one would be 575 Hungry Harbor Road, which would be just southwest of the subject property on the south side, on the south side of Hungry Harbor Road, between Gulf Drive and Bunker Road. They're all within less than half a mile, plus or minus, to the subject property, including the Bristol on the southeast within 300-foot radius. I can list the cases if you'd like, but I believe they're in my photographs, the case numbers, the dates they were approved. The interesting aspect is that I did the research, comparable sales, pattern of development in the area, and in every location where they sought for the relief of off-street parking, none of them provide any on-street parking, possibly a driveway. Relief of front yard, rear yard, side yard setbacks. The one right across the street in the middle of the block like the subject property. Property values have to continue to appreciate consistently with areas outside 200 feet, 300 feet of a synagogue. In fact, properties have sold right next to a synagogue where values have consistently been in the higher end of values. Those synagogues exist, they're part of the community. In fact, I believe just recently, Mr. Benesso and I and Wayne did a synagogue on Peninsula Boulevard on a corner where they're expanding. Similar relief sought in that application as well. It's my opinion the granting of the relief, and that would include lot area occupied, front yard setback, side yard setback, and off-street parking is not going to alter or change the sense of character of the neighborhood. The other examples I stated to are are Hungry Harbor Road. I've done other ones off of, and Hungry Harbor Road is a semi-main arterial road east and west, coming from Branch to the west, traveling up further to Rosedale Road on the east. I've done ones in the middle of neighborhoods and analyzed those. Quality of life issues, property values continues to appreciate. As council mentioned earlier, if this property was zoned business adjacent to the residential unit, residential zoning, the property would, the development, the building would only require a 10-foot rear yard setback. With that said, I looked at the criteria for the special use for a religious use and educational use on the section 399, and I believe the applicant meets all the requirements for that special use, and I can read them into the code, but I believe this board is familiar with it. I believe this board has heard it many times, and is familiar with that section. I believe the applicant meets the criteria for a special use permit under the religious use, and I've examined other religious uses, as I mentioned, with setback requirements, relief, side yard, front yard, and rear yard, as well as lot area occupied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Unless the board has any questions for Ms.
Yes. Yes. There is an additional one farther to the east, which would be a little over maybe a half a mile, at 410 Hungry Harbor Road, Congregation for Torah North. And I am familiar with, yes. I believe you have the papers before you. On page A-202.00, from the crown of the road to the peak or the top of the parapet or whatever it is, 42.4 feet. That is correct. And that doesn't even take into the consideration of FEMA or DFE. If you took it from DFE, it's approximately 39 feet.
Mr. Benesso, in the, go ahead.
The applicant was not denied for heights or stories in this application.
Right, the houses in the area, approximately how high are they?
They would be, if I didn't measure, but I would say approximately 24 to 26 feet.
Are they usually 2 stories or 1 story?
They are 2-story high ranches, colonials, and splanches.
So at the highest, 27 feet?
On a residential, yes.
Yes.
And they comply with the code as well as this application.
Mr. Benesso, can you give me some citation to teach me how we're measuring the height of a structure in a FEMA zone from the crown of the road? I know the architect gave some.
We're not talking about FEMA here, though, Mrs. D'Amato. We're talking about the zoning ordinance and what the zoning ordinance requires. That's what the board's jurisdiction is.
Wait, but it's not, but don't we sort of defer to, if we have a structure in a FEMA zone, we don't apply our ordinance that is applicable to FEMA zones?
We are judged by the zoning ordinance, and that's why we are looked upon from the standpoint of height and number of stories, and whether or not we violate that requirement.
I understand that.
Is 45 feet, 3 stories for a non-residential use in a residential zone.
Right, but 45 feet and 3 stories, give me some reference to why that's applicable from the crown or below grade, because if let's make this a residence. In a FEMA zone, if you told me any structure was entitled to be 3 stories and 45 feet, if you put it in a FEMA, I'm gonna be measuring the 45 feet from the DFE. If I put it in a non-FEMA, I'm gonna go from Crown. So I'm just asking you is where I can find the rule, the ordinance, whatever it is that tells me that while I would do that for a residential structure, if it were sit here, I would measure its height from the DFE, and I wouldn't have usable space below the DFE, and whatever the height number of stories is, it is, but I'm just talking about the place from which I start my measurement. And so I'm confused by starting my measurement and my having usable space below the DFE and starting my measurement from the Crown instead of the DFE, that's all.
Well, I think what the building department, correct me if I'm wrong about it, but what I think what the building department has done with residents is they've implemented policies, that you look at base flood elevation and add 30 feet from that.
DFE, actually.
However, still requires not, the zoning code, however, still requires not just non-residential, but also residential buildings to be, their height and number of stories to be determined from the crown of the road.
Because you've never made that argument before us for a residence. You've never come in here and said, hey, I know the DFE plus 30 is how we're doing this for since 2012, but the fact of the matter is that's not what the code says, and I want you to measure this from the crown, 30 from the crown, and whatever. Like, this is the first time hearing of going into a FEMA zone and going from the crown instead of, regardless of what the number we're gonna measure, I'm talking about the starting point. So I just figured that there was something I didn't know, and I just wanted you to reference me to, so I could
I'll be happy to
learn about it.
make inquiries at the building department and ascertain how they apply that as needed. And
You didn't ask when they did, weren't you surprised?
Pardon?
Weren't you surprised that they measured it from the crown instead of the DFE?
No? Go ahead. Oh.
We originally actually submitted the measurement from the DFE, which would have obviously made the height of the building per measurement lower than it's listed as now. The building department specifically asked us to change it from the crown of the road based on the fact that there was occupied space below the DFE. So
But they didn't tell you how I'm sorry, but like, this is the first time hearing since 2012, since Sandy, where the building department is saying, God, put usable space below the DFE. That's the only reason I want to know where I can apparently update my understanding.
That's a FEMA regulation. We can find it and submit it for you that allows certain types of buildings to be built in a flood-proof construction below the DFE. They've decided that they don't want residences to ever do that. Probably it's a cost thing. Most residences wouldn't want to do that. It's quite pricey.
So you're saying that's a FEMA reg?
That's a FEMA reg.
You don't
The
happen to
building
have the
department-
citation, do you?
I don't have it offhand, actually. I know, like, on the drawing specifically, there's on the couple of openings below the floodplain, the building department requested, which we have, saying that there will be floodproof doors or gates in front that prevent water from coming in.
No citation, okay, we can find it.
I have to, I don't know it offhand.
Yeah, we can find it.
Now, I might just want to add something. Well, we're requesting a 3-story synagogue. That's 3 levels. And we're taking a conservative look at this, or the applicant or both. The first story is below grade. And based on the definition in your code, correct me if I'm wrong, but the ground or first story is considered the lowest story entirely above the level of the ground in front of the building. Technically, we're a 2-story building.
It's not really the issue. I was just wondering why we're starting our calculation, why we're doing 2 things, putting habitable space below the DFE, which in my experience so far, I've never seen that since Sandy, and why we're starting to calculate the height of the building, whatever we allow, from the crown instead of, now I get that would go with habitable space below grade, but I'm actually surprised Mr. Benesso didn't inquire, because you do this a lot, and I would have thought you were like, wait a minute, why am I not going from the DFE? But you know, that, the only issue I'm asking is not how many stories and not how high, but why are we starting the calculation, and why are we putting people below flood zone after Sandy? Because the first time I've seen it since 2012.
We do have those calculations. From the DFE, the building height is 39.2. From the crown of the road,
Yeah, that's a 9-foot height variance.
42.4. So either way, if we took it from the DFE, it's a lower level building, lower scale building.
Well, from the DFE, it's a 39-foot building, and from the other, but,
Either way, we don't violate the section of the height
right,
of the ordinance.
right, but we're putting people below the flood zone. Yeah, I know what it's saying. It doesn't pass the lab test.
At this point in time, unless the board has any further questions, I'd like to hand it off to Mr. Muller from R&M Engineering, who will be discussing his parking and traffic study.
Good afternoon. For the record, Wayne Muller, Robinson and Muller Engineering Offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York.
Mr. Muller, I think I'll waive going through the motions with you, since you two have testified within the last 35 minutes.
It's a little longer than that now.
Is
but
it?
yes.
I'm sorry.
It's been a couple
45
hours, but
minutes?
Nothing has changed.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, we'll allow you to testify
Thank you.
as a,
For the record, I'd like to submit copies of an analysis that we prepared dated March 13th, 2024, and a large-size copy of the exhibits that are contained in my analysis to ease in the board's review of our report. As indicated by Mr. Nelson and Mr. Kalnitsky, it is proposed to construct a synagogue on the subject property. Currently, the property contains a synagogue that is operational. As indicated previously, the congregation has outgrew its current design and needs to expand to provide more services for its congregants that are underserved, mainly women and children. The expansion is to allow for mainly to allow for additional services for women and children while keeping with the traditional values of Orthodox Judaism. As indicated on the architect's plans and in accordance with Section 319A of the Town of Hempstead Building Zone Ordinance, a total of 216 parking spaces are required by code. As indicated on the plans and as discussed previously, there will be no on-site parking will not be provided on the property. As indicated on the plans, as discussed by Mr. Nelson and Mr. Kalnitsky, the activity generated by the synagogue will rely solely on the on-street parking within the area surrounding the synagogue. And that's not uncommon, as Mr. Nelson had just testified to. There are a number of other synagogues located on Hungry Harbor Road which rely on the same parking that the subject property does. In accordance with that, we performed a inventory of the available parking spaces within the surrounding areas of the subject property, that being Hungry Harbor Road, Sherwood Street, Plainfield Lane, Kearney Drive, Bunker Road, and Golf Drive. What we did was we observed the number of vehicles that were parked on those streets during various different times. Our observations were performed on Thursday, November 30th, 2023, between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m., and again on 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. Friday, December 1st, 2023, between the hours of 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Saturday, December 2nd, 2023, between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m., and again between 2 p.m. and 10 p.m. On Sunday, December 3rd, 2023, between the hours of 6:30 a.m. and 9 a.m., 12:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m., and again in the evening from 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. Based on our discussions with representatives of the synagogue, that's why we chose those times. As indicated in my report, There are a total of 207 available parking spaces within those areas. What we then did was we observed what the peak level of parking within those areas was on the days that we observed the parking. On the Thursday, the peak activity occurred at 9 p.m., where a total of 108 vehicles were parked out of the 207 spaces, leaving 99 vacant spaces, translating to a 52% occupancy of the available parking within the area. On Friday at 6:30 p.m., there were 85 vehicles parked, leaving a vacancy of 122 vacant spaces, translating to an occupancy of 41% of the available parking. On Saturday, the peak occurred at 7 p.m. in the evening, where 100 vehicles were parked, leaving 107 vacant spaces, and a 48% occupancy was observed. And then the peak time on Sunday occurred at 8:30 a.m., where there were 76 vehicles parked, leaving 131 vacant parking spaces, and 37, translating to a 37% occupancy. In combination with the parking observations, we also observed the number of people and groups of people that entered and exited the synagogue during the time periods that we had discussed previously. That information is summarized in Table 3 of my report, and the actual observations that we performed are contained in tables. That would be
Mr., those are all,
Mr.
Mueller?
Mr. Muller, those parking areas to which you refer, and I see them in your report, those are all on-street parking sections you've defined?
absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Is there any municipal lot
Restriction?
near there, or?
No, there is not. This facility, as like the other facilities that Mr. Nelson has indicated, solely relies on on-street parking.
And you,
I mean-
you're gonna go over and you have somewhat, to the extent to which there's, alternate or time frames, limits, et cetera.
Yeah, I just indicated what the times were. We did a very extensive study which correlated to the peak levels of activity at the existing synagogue. And then what we, in combination with that, we observed the number of people, like single people and groups that came in and out of the synagogue, say as a family or a couple or whatever they did. And we did it during the same time periods, and we summarized that information in Table 3 of my report. And there we showed, like, for instance, on Thursday morning during the times that we observed, the peak time was between 6:45 and 7:45 a.m. in the morning. 11 groups entered the facility. That translated to 12 people, so there was one group of 2. The rest were all singles. And then at that same time frame, people were exiting the facility. There were 27 groups, translating to 28 people. And we did that for all the various different time frames. The peak level of activity occurred on Saturday morning between 10:45 a.m. and 11:45 a.m., where we observed 153 people coming into the facility and 138 leaving in an hour. And that translated to 69 groups entering and 75 groups, meaning that there were more families coming in and out of the facility at time during the peak time, which makes sense. And then if you look at the Saturday afternoon time, the numbers were lower, and then again on Sunday, the numbers were even lower. But one thing that's important to point out is that all this activity is occurring in real time today. And so the parking observations that we observed already included all this activity. So the best that we could surmise was that the majority of the congregants didn't drive to the facility during most of the time frame. So during the times that they are, I guess, officially allowed to drive, that being the non-holy day, that there were definitely people who drove to the facility and parked within the street network. I mean, it is what it is. I said, in our report, in bullet number 6, we go through a detailed discussion of each time frame that we discussed. Which, for simplicity's purposes, I'll just go to the Thursday peak period, which would be a time frame when people were allowed to drive. So from 8 to 9 p.m., which was the peak, a net increase of 66 groups, or 104 persons, entered the synagogue. During this time period, the parking demand on street increased by 19 vehicles, because we counted the activity before the peak time and then after. With 108 vehicles parked. By 10 p.m., there were 73 vehicles parked, so the number went down, a decrease in 35 vehicles. By this time, the activity associated with the synagogue had ended, and the majority of the congregants left the premises. So therefore, we can assume that the most of the 35 vehicles were associated with the synagogue, or it could have been one of the additional synagogues that were located in the area. It's very difficult for us to tell. But that level of activity, in my opinion, is relatively minor, but it's already included in the numbers that we calculated. As we go on further in our report, on Sunday, the peak parking demand and the peak group occupancy counts did not correspond with each other. The peak demand occurred at 8:30 a.m. with 76 vehicles parked, while the synagogue experienced its peak activity between 12:30 and 1:30. However, the number of vehicles parked during that time were less. So therefore, I guess the point is that the area that's surrounding the synagogue, which is mainly residential, which there's parking allowed on the street, is fully able to accommodate the demand generated by this facility. In addition, future events would likely take place during the weeknights based on the calculations that we observed. The number of vehicles parked traditionally equate to 30% of the attendance. So for instance, if the facility was to host an event that had 150 persons, approximately 45 parked vehicles would be associated with that, because it would be 30% of the number, and therefore it would be able to be accommodated within the parking that's available on street. So basically, our report has indicated that that the approval of this application will not have a significant impact on parking conditions in and around the subject property. And again, it's not uncommon for religious institutions to be located within residential neighborhoods and not provide any parking. That's not uncommon. I mean, essentially, a lot of the United States of America was developed around religious institutions and residential neighborhoods. And in the early days, obviously, people walked to the facility. But what we're seeing in this instance is that a lot of people do walk to the facility because they live within the general area of the facility. They leave their car at home and they walk. However, there are members that do drive, and it is my professional opinion that the activity that's generated by the facility now and that could be generated in the future will be easily accommodated within the street networks surrounding the property.
Is there parking on both sides of Hungry Harbor Road?
Yes.
There is.
Are there any restrictions at all on Hungry Harbor?
We did not observe any, except for a few no stopping here to corner.
Yeah, nor did I.
How about on, like, I guess the next one would be Plainfield Lane? That looks like the largest.
Didn't observe any restrictions.
And Bunker Road?
Bunker, I don't believe
No, there are not.
we observed Bunker. Yes, we did not see any regulations.
But is that on both sides of the road, on Bunker
I
and
would-
Plainfield? They look like smaller streets.
Give me a second, I'll just go through the data. On Bunker Road, yes, there's available parking on both sides of Bunker Road. In fact, on all the streets, Plainfield, there's available parking.
But it looks Gulf Drive, no. I would think that looks like almost a one-lane road.
I mean, if you look at, and I think I have Google Earth image that might show it better.
The congregation member just told me that there's no restrictions on the parking there and you can park on both sides of the street.
On Gulf Drive?
Yeah,
The whole neighborhood.
yeah, we haven't observed any restrictions. I did not physically measure the right-of-way width, but I think some of the photographs that are in my
My friend
report
whose estate
show
took me
cars parked on both sides of the street.
13 years to finish. He used
And
to
this is
live
not
on
uncommon
Gulf Drive.
in In this area, in fact, if we look at this area, you can see that Hungry Harbor Road contains a shoulder on both sides.
Yeah, I see.
But if you look at Bunker, in fact, if I might approach, if you could see this one photograph, and right above the Google Earth image, there are cars parked on both sides of Bunker. And it appears to me that there's the ability for traffic to go by those vehicles. And you can see that they're on both sides of the road. So it's not an uncommon situation in this area of Nassau County or in both Nassau and Suffolk counties to have parking provided on both sides of the street. And then the cars just meander their way through.
I have a question, Mr. Benesso. I read through that statute referenced earlier, the ordinance, section 68. And I read, it was referenced earlier as providing that a non-residential building in a Residence B district was allowed to have 3 stories and 45 feet. But I noticed at the end of the sentence it said, comma, except a church. Now, I'm sure you have a reason. I'm sure you're going to tell us how that fits in. In other words, can you explain that?
The steeple. Yeah. A church having a steeple can go even higher than 45 feet.
Just the steeple.
Correct. Yeah. I think that's why there's the exception, except for a church.
It doesn't really say why. It says a non-residential building can go 3 stories, 45 feet, comma, except the church.
Right.
So it doesn't say go higher or lower, so I was just wondering.
Yeah, now, my guess would be that it's because churches have steeples and, or other appendages that extend beyond those levels.
Is the synagogue going to have childcare?
There's not going to be childcare that's going to be offered. They do want to offer religious services for children so that they have a place to go when the main congregation is functioning. But they're not proposing starting a daycare or anything like that, or a Hebrew school. I mean, there are study groups that they will have. There's religious programming for children comparable to the religious programming that there is for adults, but they're not intending on making it a daycare
Or a nursery
a day
school?
school or anything like that. Does the board have any other questions for Mr. Mueller? Okay. Mr. Mueller, do you anticipate that the construction of the proposed religious use would cause a significant traffic congestion problem and/or jeopardize public safety?
No, I do not.
Mr. Nelson, does the construction of the proposed religious use result in a substantial adverse effect on the surrounding property values?
No, it does not.
Mr. Nelson, does the construction of the proposed religious use result in a significant overtaxation of basic municipal service?
No.
On basic municipal services? Oh, water, sewer, police, fire. Another factor that the board considers in evaluating the special use applications is, does the proposed religious use result in a cognizable or substantial fire or other emergency risk? I would submit that it does not here. You're taking a new modern building that's better suited for the shul's occupancy, and I would submit to the board that it's safer, because unlike the current building, the new proposed building will have ample space for the full cadre of Orthodox Jewish religious program. Yeah, on 3 levels? Yeah, sprinkler on all 3 levels.
Okay. Haven't seen it.
Another factor which the board must consider is there any other negative impact, including chronic conditions of substantial noise disturbance or garbage accumulation, which may necessarily occur as a result of the conduct of the use? I would submit that with this factor, you will only see improvement, because we have an existing shul and congregation that is there right now. And I had mentioned to the board previously that sometimes they're forced to use outdoor space for large gatherings because they simply do not have the space indoors. In that regard, the noise situation will be improving because there will be no more outdoor activities. We are not aware of any previous garbage complaints. The shul has a plan to manage their sanitation specifically after collations, and they follow that plan now. Whenever there is a necessary pickup, they make sure to call the carter and and get it out of there within a day. Moving into the factors for the area variance, the benefit to the applicant here is great. They're going to be able to practice their religion. That's what they want to do. I submit to you that there's little to no detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood if you allow this proposed shul to be constructed. As Mr. Muller was saying, you know, historically, the religious uses and practice are enshrined in our way of life, and they are simply looking for a building that gives them the minimum, not the maximum. This building will put them at a point where they can practice their religion and offer comparable programming, not just within their own congregation to the women and children that are currently underserved, but they will be able to offer comparable programming to every other synagogue that this board has seen and approved. We'd submit to you that there would be no undesirable change produced in the character of the neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood is heavily Orthodox Jewish. There are temples going up and down Hungry Harbor Road. The applicant is willing to mitigate any adverse impact. There's foliage surrounding certain parts of the property that will help shield the neighbors from having the structure be right next to them. And I note for the board that one of the neighbors immediately adjacent to the property has submitted a letter of support, and I've also submitted another 59 letters of support from individuals in that area. They had asked to come, but I felt that out of deference to the board, you wouldn't want 100 people here saying they want this, so we've submitted the letters in their stead.
Do I correctly understand that with not including decking, the proposed lot area occupied is 52.8%,
Yes,
whereas 27.5 is allowable?
yes, that's the
Okay.
variance, that's the application, yes. The benefit that they seek cannot be achieved by any other method other than an area variance. The location cannot be moved to another site because that would be tantamount to decimating the congregation. The very reason the congregation goes to that location, amongst other things, is because it is located close to where they live. The area variance is not substantial in so much as they are only looking for the minimum to accommodate their current congregation and be able to practice their religion pursuant to the tenets of Orthodox Judaism, as well as how Orthodox Judaism is practiced throughout the 5 towns. I submit to you that we will not have any adverse impact on the physical and environmental conditions in the neighborhood, and that the alleged difficulty here has not been self-created. Essentially, what began as a small group of Jewish families sharing space within each other's homes has grown into a truly full-blown Orthodox Jewish community residing in the neighborhood, which requires certain levels of religious services that are not currently being met. And we're hopeful that you'll approve these variances and allow them to practice their religion accordingly. So unless the board has any questions, that's going to be our direct presentation.
Question, do you have private carding?
No.
They will, if the board would like for them to get private carding,
Well, no, you said that if they have a large
well, they may-
get-together and there's a lot of garbage, they were going to,
One at a time, please.
They have indicated that they call for a special pickup from the town
Okay.
whenever there is an event to make sure that the garbage is carted out in a timely fashion.
Not a private carder. Okay?
One of the photos shows like 10, 15 black plastic bags in front of the establishment now. Trash. I don't know,
Which
it's just,
photo are you referring to?
I don't know, one of them, you'll look at it. The existing synagogue.
I don't, yeah, I don't, I'm sorry, sir, I just don't see
Okay,
what you're referring to.
no problem. Tired. I'm done. Hey. No, sir. Cowabunga.
Good evening. Emanuela Lupu, Esquire of Smith, Bus & Jacobs, LLP, 1325 Franklin Avenue, Suite 328, Garden City, New York. Good afternoon, Chairman Regano and members of the board. I am appearing today on behalf of Nancy Barone and Warren and Doris Weinstein, who are in opposition to this application. They are adjacent neighbors to the east and the rear of the proposed building site. Nancy Barone, the adjoining property owner to the east at 494 Hungry Harbor Road, and Warren and Doris Weinstein, the adjoining property owners to the rear at 753 Caldwell Avenue. Today with me are my clients who will be testifying, as well as Rebecca Goldberg of Cameron Engineering, who has prepared a traffic and parking report and will be testifying to the impact on the community as a whole. I understand that there are also other residents who wish to speak on the applications, as do my clients. At this time, we'd like to submit a petition signed by 32 neighbors in opposition to the application, as well as photos of the area as it sits today. I would like to note that of those 32 neighbors that signed this petition, 10 of them are in the immediate sphere of influence of the proposed building site. Here are the two petitions. I only have one copy of the petitions, and then I have multiple copies of the photos. Yeah, yes, just one. Thank you. The photos that will make their way up to the board depict the conditions and what is customary as far as buildings in the neighborhood. There was a very pretty picture that was presented of the monstrosity that they're looking to build. And it is clear from that picture exactly how much larger and intrusive and obtrusive that is in comparison to the other buildings on this block. I'd also like to submit a memorandum of law in opposition to the applicant's variance requests for consideration by the board. Thank you. Yep. Initially, I'd like to note for the board that my clients do not object to the use of the premises as a place of worship. The premises has been utilized as a place of worship for many years, and there are no objections to this. However, my clients are in opposition to the overall size and scope of the proposed new building, which I will convey to this board in a few moments. The proposed project is in the Residence B district, and the applicant is seeking an extremely substantial variances for residential zone property. In essence, it appears that this type of structure would warrant a much larger size than the 7,900 square foot property that they're building it on. From the outset, we note that the rendering depicts an extremely large 3-story structure with a double staircase to the second floor, floor-to-ceiling windows facing my client's property, and resembles a catering hall rather than a place of worship. Although the application may state that there will be no weddings, bar mitzvahs, or similar events, it certainly appears that the demolition and construction of this new structure would be designed to do exactly that. Why else would an applicant need an occupancy of over 640 persons, which is the proposed occupancy of this new building, as opposed to the 62-person occupancy of the existing property? They are looking to multiply the occupancy maximums by 10. The applicant is seeking a multitude of variances, including building area, building coverage, front yard, side yard, rear yard, and parking, all of which, other than the waiver of the off-street parking, which is particularly offensive, are approximately 2 times the requirement, so 100% variance is essentially what they're looking for. This type of variance request is unreasonable and egregious and inconsistent with the purpose of the zoning code and in contravention of town law. Finally, as to parking, the applicant would provide 0 parking spaces, where the code would require 216 spaces. The applicant, by their own, I'm just going to digress for a moment, in response to some of the testimony that they've given, by their own experts' testimony, 30% of the individuals who currently visit the structure are using street parking. By those numbers, they want to allow 642 occupants. That would mean 180 of them, 30% by their own numbers, would be parking on the street.
30% of their people who visit, and look, I think 100% of the people who visit with a car are using street parking, aren't they? Is there, right, 100% of the people who visit who bring a car are using street parking. But maybe if you're mean 30% are there's only 30% bringing a car.
That
Okay.
was his,
Okay.
right, but since they're seeking maximum occupancy of over 600 people, that would yield quite a few vehicles on the road as opposed to the 62-person occupancy that they currently have. On this basis alone, the board should deny this outrageous request and not set a precedent in this residential neighborhood. We will further discuss the reasons for the denial of this application during the discussion on the balancing test. Suffice it to say, for now, that my clients are absolutely opposed to each and every variance as requested by the applicant. As stated earlier, with me today are my clients, Ms. Nancy Barone and Mr. and Mrs. Warren Weinstein, along with Ms. Sheila Feldman, who are all here in opposition to this application and have also suffered various impacts by the current use and expect that if the requested variances are granted, these impacts will increase exponentially. Ms. Barone is the property owner immediately adjacent to the synagogue. She has resided there for approximately 60 years, way in advance of this property being converted to a place of worship. Ms. Barone and her late husband purchased this home when she was 19 and her husband was 21 years old. They raised their family there and now have several grandchildren. This property is Mrs. Barone's life, and she is now facing the prospect of the resident adjacent to this building that has no place in this neighborhood. Over the years, she has dealt with various issues, including children playing sports in her front lawn, games in her front yard, without her permission, creating a potential liability situation. She has suffered with individuals throwing garbage from the applicant's property over the fence into her backyard, and further has experienced cars blocking access to her driveway at times, and at times cars using her driveway for pickup and drop-off, where congregants pull into the driveway, drop off congregants or their children, and then pull out of her driveway on a regular basis. I would like to submit the photos taken by my client as recent as this past weekend, where her driveway is blocked due to the congregants attending services. Keep in mind, I'm submitting the photos, I have them here. Keep in mind that this is under the current use with a maximum of supposedly 62. Multiplying that by 10, the effect that will have on the neighbors is astounding. The first, my client took them, my client's right here. Do they fairly and accurately represent the conditions?
They've not been changed, and when were they taken?
For some reason. Sorry,
When?
thank you.
I thought she mentioned one was taken last,
Saturday.
That would be the second picture that's taken in the dark, where you
is
can
it,
see.
is the date marked on it?
No, it's not. It's not marked.
Can you mark the date on the
Sure.
exhibit?
Okay.
To the extent that the date is known, can you put it on the exhibit?
Absolutely. Okay, that's fine. They'll mark the dates on that one. When the pictures do make their way up, you will see the second picture is taken in the evening, and you can see a long line of vehicles waiting to pick up their children from services.
What day of the week was it?
What day of the week was that?
Does it have a school there now?
Yeah, they're giving educational services on Monday evenings and Thursday evenings.
Oh,
And
like
there are
Hebrew
long
school?
pickup and drop-off lines currently. This other picture was taken over the weekend, where the car was parked halfway blocking the driveway.
Wait, what week, recent weekend or some
Was
unknown
last
week?
Saturday? This is this past Monday morning at 7:30. He's noting it on the actual pictures.
What do they have going on Monday morning services, or is that part of Hebrew, do they have school there, or
They have schools. They're picking up and dropping off.
on Monday morning?
No, that was Christ who said that was just they consecrated the Lord on Monday morning. So,
Oh, yeah, hold on. Name and address for the record.
Miss Brown, can I have her sit there? She just has an issue, cannot stand for extended periods.
members of the board.
No, no, she,
Oh, I don't have to do my whole thing now? Okay,
I'm not reading, you're just gonna answer her question.
okay, okay, answer my
She's trying to find.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay. Nancy Barone, 494 Hungry Harbor Road. I'm directly next to them, to the shul that's there right now.
So, Ms. Barone, can you tell them about this first picture, when it was taken and what it shows?
Which one was that with
That would
the?
be this one.
That, yeah, that was, whatchamacallit, Monday morning, my daughter went to take my car out of the garage, and I have 3 other cars, so 2 cars were parked on the driveway, and my car was in the garage, and this car was half blocking my driveway. So my daughter, at 7:30 in the morning, had to manipulate the 2 other cars to get it off the driveway onto the street. But there was no room on the street because there was other parking on the street. No, it was parked. The rear of the vehicle.
You're seeing a cutout in the curb for pedestrians.
Right.
That's not another driveway.
A curb cut for handicap. Curb cut for handicap, okay? Yeah, that's been there for a while, right. Which is getting blocked, yeah. He was attending a service, the morning prayer service on the, in front of the house. I'm sorry, excuse me. Yes, it was at 7:30 in the morning. Like I said, my daughter went out to try to move the cars, and the driveway was partially blocked. So, and there's 2 other cars on my driveway because we have 3 or 4 drivers. So she had to maneuver the cars out onto the street because I wanted to get out of my garage. But she couldn't even park on the street because those spots were all taken up by other congregants. So she had to maneuver herself, and then she had to basically land up moving 2 or 3 cars, 2 cars, and double park, and then redo everything in order to let me get out of my garage. Did I make it clear?
This is an isolated depiction of an ongoing issue. Parking is a problem currently under the current use for the residents, especially the residents on Hungry Harbor Road. With the use growing significantly based on the significant size increase, that parking problem will trickle on to all of the side roads where my remaining clients will come in when they will be testified. The second picture that
Okay.
was given,
Yes, that
Can you
was, go ahead, do you know when that was? I could speak to that. Okay. That was the night that they were picking up, they drop off the young children to go to, I guess, religious for bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah services, and they drop them off, and then they come back to pick them up. So there's a double parking, and then you could see my driveway is blocked. So I couldn't even pull out at that point if I wanted to, and I have, like I told you, 3 or 4 cars. And that happens at least 2 or 3 times a week when the children are being dropped off, picked up, and blocking my driveway and double parked on the street to pick up the children. And at the same time, there was a car from across the street that made a huge U-turn with this double parked to get onto my side of the street.
Ms. Barone, can we just clarify something? Are these vehicles standing waiting to pull up to the front of the school, or do they just wait there until the children enter the car?
They just wait there to pick them up. Right, they drop them off, wait there to pick them up. And that's when the double parking and my blocked driveway and U-turns being made to get the kids. That's, I think the school is either 2 or 3 nights a week, but I'm not, I think it's Mondays and Thursdays, or Mondays and Wednesdays.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Yes, can I?
You don't,
I'll see.
In addition to the parking situation, there's the privacy issue. You have 24-story, 24-foot windows that are facing directly into my client's home that will be just feet away from her home. Windows that are not characteristic of something that would render you to believe that it was more of a house of worship, but much more so of a catering hall where parties are being held and the sunlight is being brought in, or perhaps the nightlife is being brought out. This will ruin any type of privacy that she has now. The renderings don't even depict any type of screening or landscaping between the two properties. And to the extent there is landscaping, they're fence high. This property is 42 feet in the air, along with all of their windows. The side yards are already non-compliant. They are 8 feet 4 inches and 8 feet 8 inches respectively. Although they are listed on the zoning table as such, as being permitted, they are actually non-complying already. They're just looking to further the non-complying use to even smaller side yard setbacks.
I'm sorry, where do you see them being listed as permitted?
The zoning table shows the existing side yard 1 permitted, and under the permitted column shows 8 foot 4 inches.
I
but-
think they're using permitted there to mean they have a permit for
Oh, okay.
okay.
Then I must have misread.
Yeah, they're
the
required to have,
implication.
the side yards are supposed to be
20
20,
feet.
and the rear yard 25, and it looks like front yard, they need
It's supposed to be
26,
26.
10.
Thank you. But they are looking to further restrict those side yard.
Agreed.
It's important to note that the zoning table indicate, oh, sorry, I apologize. We just went through that. A building that is not a single-family dwelling, but not over 40 feet in height, must have side yards of 20 feet. They are depicting on here that the requirement is 20 feet, except they are above 40 feet in height. They're 42 and a half feet in height. So the required side yard should be 21 feet, not 20 feet. This should be corrected on the zoning table. What the applicant, sorry. As the pictures that I've presented are pictures of the area, of the neighborhood, the zone of influence. They are not consistent with what was presented by the applicant, which does present buildings, but they are outside of the zone of influence. They are way outside of the zone of influence. This is a residential area with residential homes. They are looking to build a very massive structure. That should not be permitted by the board. There are no buildings of this size and scope within this area. Clearly, this structure does not conform to the character of this particular neighborhood, while it might conform several blocks away. As for the Weinsteins, they have lived to the rear of the applicant's site for over 30 years. The Weinsteins have also suffered from various disturbances over the years, including loud music, instruments, and dancing late into the night with no regard or discussion, and increased traffic even on their block. The 3-story structure would not only be 10 feet from their backyard, where it is now approximately 60 feet from their backyard. They will have absolutely no privacy in their backyard, where they spend much of their time by their swimming pool. Finally, Ms. Feldman is another neighbor who will be speaking today. She resides at 488 Hungary Harbor Road and has lived in the community for 40 years and is also in opposition of her the variances. Her main concern is with respect to traffic, parking, and congestion, and she will speak to that as well. As previously mentioned, the requested relief is for the demolition of the current dwelling structure for a special exception to construct a newly proposed three-story synagogue, as well as a variance request for lot area occupied, front yard average setback, side yard setback, rear yard setback, and a waiver of off-street parking. It's significant for the board to note that the subject property's current structure was originally constructed in 1964 and was used as a residential dwelling for approximately 52 years, prior to being granted a special exception to operate as a place of worship. The applicant is now seeking to increase the building area coverage approximately almost 4,200 square feet from the 2177 that is currently being utilized, which is a 52.8% increase, where only 27.5% is permitted by code. In simpler terms, he's seeking the construction and expansion of the proposed structure to be double in size of what's permitted under the current code. Additionally, the building area coverage is further increased as the applicant is seeking to add a deck to the proposed structure. This proposed deck increases the building coverage to 4,266 by 4,266 square feet.
On one level.
I'm sorry?
On a single level, it would be
On
that.
the single level, yes, where the deck is located. Where 2375 is all that's permitted under the code. And results in a building coverage percentage increase of 23.9%, where 50% of the coverage is proposed and 30% is permitted. The current deck, I believe, is a one-story? The deck. Oh, the home is a two-story structure. It's a two-story high ranch identical to everything in the neighborhood.
So we
It's
have
like-
2 stories at 27 and a half or less. Now we have 3 stories proposed at 52 and change.
Correct, because the interior measurements of the stories, I believe it was 19 feet for what they're calling the basement, but it's only three or 4 feet below ground, so it's not much of a basement, and 24 feet for the first floor. So where an average home might have not, in a nice home, 10-foot height, in an average home, 8-foot height, their individual floors are literally triple the size of what an average floor would be. The front yard setback of 14.8 inches is proposed, where 26 feet and 10 inches is required by code. I would note that in their presentation, they make that a de minimis conversation, claiming it's really only the portico. But if you look at the picture of the proposed structure, the portico is the entire structure. There's maybe a few feet on either side that aren't included in that, but the portico and the staircase, they're all intrusions. And it's not what you would typically see of a staircase in a one-family home, where it's a staircase coming out the front. It literally takes up 80% of the front of the structure that would be impeding upon the front setback, which nobody else does in the community, especially on that block. And it's clear from their rendering exactly what the difference is between the setbacks in comparison to their neighbors. The side yard setbacks, we've already discussed that they're looking for variances on. In the rear yard, they're proposing 10 feet, where the code requires no less than 25, and they are currently 60 feet away. Lastly, the applicant has provided 0 parking for the estimated 643 people that will be attending the proposed synagogue, where the town code requires 216 spaces. They're proposing 0. All of the requested variances are egregious and should be denied by this board. Furthermore, the board should note that the New York State Building Code requires an approved aerial fire apparatus access road to be provided when the building is over 30 feet. There is an exception when the building is fully sprinkled.
Just hold on. We know about the sprinklers. Can you just restate that slowly?
Yes.
So I can follow?
I apologize. The New York State Building Code requires an approved aerial fire apparatus access road to be provided when a building is over 30 feet. Are you going into this?
What do you mean by access road?
My expert will be going in depth into this in her
Oh,
report
okay,
that
thank
will be presented to the board with all the citations that are relevant. And while the plans do have a notation that there will be sprinklers, there's no sprinklers depicted on the actual plans themselves at the moment.
That will be required, if not at this stage, at other
Yeah.
stages, in the event it were approved.
Ms. Goldberg will present more on this topic area. Ms. Goldberg will also testify to the existing utility lines to the west of the subject property and the concerns that they pose during construction and thereafter. Applicant is also proposing a basement at this site with habitable areas. However, whether a basement is actually permitted in this area must be reviewed thoroughly, as this property is in a flood zone, AE elevation 8. The town takes construction in a flood zone very seriously and has specific requirements for properties in flood zones. The AE flood zone, which this property is in, is designated an area of special flood hazard in the town's zoning code, which means this area is subject to a 1% chance or greater of flooding in any given year. The town's construction standards are very specific when it comes to a building in a flood zone, and one of the main points to be made here is that under Article 34, Section 352, 2D, any proposed construction shall not result in physical damage to any other property. The two adjoining neighbors here today are extremely concerned that the size and scope of this construction with the requested variances will undoubtedly cause damage to their properties. Ms. Goldberg will decide the issue of the construction in the flood zone in more detail as well.
Okay.
At this time, to discuss the various engineering and parking concerns, I'd like to introduce Ms. Rebecca Goldberg and ask her to present her report to the board.
Where's Ms. Goldberg? Okay. You want to swap with her then?
Sure.
You want to swear her in?
Yes,
Okay.
certainly.
Oh, Ms.
Rebecca Goldberg, professional engineer with Cameron Engineering and is an IMEC company, business address 177 Crossways Park Drive, Woodbury, New York.
Okay.
And I have been testified in front of this board before, and my qualifications have not changed.
Okay, and you testify, you want to give me the scope of your area of expertise in a
Sure.
sentence?
Yes, transportation, parking, site planning,
How long have you been doing that?
almost 25 years.
Okay, and you've testified before our board
Yes,
previously?
multiple
Have you
times.
testified before other boards or in court on this, as
Almost-
an expert in this subject matter?
Yes, almost all of the major municipal zoning boards, town boards, village planning boards, and
Okay.
such. And I'm a municipal zoning board engineer for a municipality.
Do you have any objection to her giving her opinion as an expert with regard to this? Thank you. You're qualified to give expert testimony in the areas of which your expertise pertains.
Yes.
Separate from that, obviously, you give layperson testimony as to facts or observations.
Of course. Yes, I do have a letter report that I've prepared that I can submit for the board.
Any objection, counsel?
No,
Okay, do you have a copy of the report?
I don't.
Can we provide one to? Mr. Benesso, do you need one also? I want,
Okay, so I'm submitting 6 copies. That should be enough for all of the board, and then one for the applicant.
you, Mr. Mueller, or, I would think you want Mr. Mueller to look at it. Right. If anyone should have it, it's Mr. Mueller, I would think right now. Okay, go ahead. Mr.
Sure.
Mueller.
So just as, again, a brief introduction, we were actually not provided with a lot of applicant documentation, so we relied on the applicant plans, the Nassau County Land Records Viewer, online New York State Department of Transportation information, have not had a chance to obviously look at the report prepared by
That was my
Mr.
next
Mueller.
question. Hold on, do you have a copy of Mr. Mueller's report right now?
I do not.
Can we give her a copy of Mr. Mueller's report, even though I'm not going to expect you to be able to respond to it
Sure.
right now, but I want to just make sure you have it.
Thank you.
I assume, Mr. Mueller, it was on file before this, or no? We got to get that shored up. It's not your fault, but I don't think we have a proper procedure in place to make sure they're on file so that, we get through. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, of course. So again, my role is to prepare as much of a traffic and parking and civil site engineering assessment of the application as we could based on the plans made available for review. And then also based on roughly half a dozen visits to the site, the vicinity, with supporting items provided from my clients. Generally summarized, the board has the building zone ordinance with 15 items to consider when evaluating requests for special exceptions, variances, and waivers. And we believe this expansion would fail to satisfy at least 7 of those required checklist items, namely items 1, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in section 267 D2B. And briefly summarized, These are the items pertaining to the site location, the lot size, the traffic impacts, the parking, fire, flood, physical site characteristics, and topography. My report goes into much greater detail, so I'm just trying to summarize my talking points for the record. So the existing building is slightly over 2,000 square feet, and based on considering only part of the building's square footage, 15 square feet per person, we figure there might be an occupancy for 62 people, which would correspond to required parking for 21, considering one required parking space for 3 people in the building. So again, just trying to gauge the change or the net increase from what exists today to the proposed use. So by the plan numbers, the building will accommodate more than 200 people for different uses taken individually. So just the social hall, just the sanctuary use. And this is more than triple the increase, and the operational activity might even increase more. Just to digress from my prepared testimony for a moment, it does seem like there might be a discrepancy between different pieces of the presentation where parking for existing activity was represented as what the future need will be, but there's a lot of latent demand because there are a lot of activities for women, religious observance, children's activities and programming that cannot happen in
You're
the
losing
building.
me. So, in the presentation, you're saying that when the parking was discussed, it often was discussed as the future need. Am I
That's
correct?
what it sounded like. Again, I don't have the report to actually look at it.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
And tell me why that seems confusing, if you will.
Because Mr. Kalnitsky, I believe it was, he presented that the part of the reason that the expansion is desired is because there are a lot of activities that the congregation wants that cannot happen on this site with that, and it was mentioned, women's religious observance and then children-oriented programming.
Okay. And how does
In
that,
addition-
how's that inconsistent?
Well, the future parking and activity at the building, if the expansion goes through, would be higher because the building itself would accommodate more people at a time. Or
So
more
maybe
people
both
more
more
frequently.
people and more types of activities for
Yes.
the current congregants and future congregants.
That's the concern, is more people and then more frequently.
I don't think there's any dispute about the more people, or was there? Do we think,
We've maintained that the issue here is that the current congregation has outgrown the premises. They're not looking to attract additional congregation members. There is no recruitment drive. The application is intended to serve the existing congregation, which has definitively outgrown the place that it currently uses.
and if you said it already, what's the size of the current congregation?
There is 120 member families.
Well, what does that translate to people?
That translates into usually husband, wife, and however many children they have.
Well, how many do they think they have now?
I think each family has between 2 and 5 children, something like that.
So if there's 120 families times, even if we just use 4, what's that, 5, 8, 6, 12?
480?
4 times 12 is 48,
480,
480.
yes.
And that's if there are only 4. So easily we have 480 people, and theoretically, probably more than that. All right, which would fit with the 620 occupancy apparently needed.
Well, here's the thing, that 620 occupancy assumes a simultaneous use of the facility, of every single part of the facility. That's not going to be the case. You want to have a flow in the building, and you want to have space to have your services, but you're never going to have a time where you have full religious services, along with an occupied multi-purpose room and the social hall going at full blast
But even if we
upstairs.
just said every family has only 4 people, and they had a service, an important Yom Kippur or something, and everyone's there, that's 500 people, 480 people. And that's one activity, but it's an important one. And so presumably, easily, there'll be 480 people there or close to it at some times, right? I'm not suggesting
Yeah.
every day or every week.
I've taken a survey of the usage of the current facility and their attendance
But
numbers.
we can't go by that because you splitting at the seams, right?
Well, what I'm trying to say is there's times when there's higher occupancy at the shul more than others, namely the Sabbath and the high holidays and other holidays. That's when you get numbers in the hundreds. During the week, 40 to 50 at most.
For the prayer service.
Not just for the prayer services, for the study groups, for the children's program, the limited children's programming they're able to have. You really never pierce 40 to 50 people during
Right,
a
but we
regular
can't-
weekday.
Pardon me, Stephanie, I apologize. But that's not really, yes, that, and I'm sure that breakup will still be, but once they have more space to do more things, I'm sure, as anyone would, there'll be more, if they can have the school and at the same time, meetings of other groups of congregants doing whatever they wish to do, whether it's social or religious or combination,
So to that point, Ms. D'Amato, what I would submit to you is having the simultaneous activities happen is going to be less of an impact on the neighborhood, because now when there's children's programming, you bring the children, okay? There's adult programming, the adults come. They're all part of the same families. So if mom, dad, and kids can simultaneously be served, you're going to have less traffic, you're going to have less parking issues, and you're going to have in general less of an issue in that neighborhood, because we're talking about the same group of people, right?
I don't know about the less parking.
Well,
Because if they all come, they're gonna leave the car instead of drop and pick up.
If mom, dad, and kids can be adequately served with programming at the same time, even if they're driving, let's say they're driving, you take the one car, which is the same impact.
They have to come less often, you're saying.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so there is the question of whether the future activity will include the same people who live in the immediate area. From our point of view, just increasing the occupancy of the building, people who use the building today already live in the area. So that increased occupancy has to include at least some people who do not live close enough to necessarily walk, bicycle, scooter, or what have you, all the time. That
Right,
we
the
would look at
holidays
traffic
they have
market.
to, but.
Right. So today, there are 2 driveway spaces, and based on our assessment of the structure today, we would think that code would require 21 parking spaces based on the size of the building. The applicant's outcome calculation alone, 216, is an exact 10-fold increase. But it also takes away the only 2 on-site spaces that there are. So it changes the potential for having the ability to drop people off on the building and leaving on the property. It's physically possible. I've only seen it once in the times that I've been to the site, but it's physically possible to do it because it's configured like a driveway. The only difference from the outside is that where other homes have a driveway and a garage, the garage door must have been covered over, but the driveway itself is long enough and deep enough to hold 2 vehicles. They do, right, but at least they have the ability to be in a driveway and drop off there today, and that ability would go away with the proposed structure. Okay. It's in my report, the code requirement for parking could actually go up depending on the interpretation of the social hall space and multi-purpose room space if it was used as a quote school according to the code. It's a slight difference. It would go from 216 to 260. The same issues apply either way under either interpretation of the code. Just a quick note also that any area of the synagogue could be used on non-holiday days. There are many holidays where, there are events or services and, observant people in the community are allowed to drive. This includes even a bar mitzvah could happen, not on a Saturday. It could happen on a Monday or a Thursday or the first day of the month of the Hebrew calendar. And again, just any events, women's social groups like it was mentioned before. A lot of these events can happen and do happen, not necessarily on Friday night, Saturday, or a holiday. Okay. So when it comes to provided parking, there are no individually delineated parking spaces. So there isn't, quote, a provided number of parking spaces on the local streets. So just to figure in terms of order of magnitude, if we were to lay out on-street parking at an average of 22 feet per space, which provides room for a car, an SUV, maybe a larger truck, a little bit of room in front, a little bit of room in back, If we laid out what we think the parking need is, end to end, it comes to about 1,500 linear feet, which is almost a third of a mile.
Excuse me. I know you mentioned a warming kitchen, and I know you mentioned having some events for congregants. And if it was asked, I apologize. There's a difference between when they say we have a warming kitchen, and we're, from time to time, we're gonna bring in donuts and bagels or whatever, and we have a coffee pot and a microwave, versus a catering events where catering people come and, bigger events. Is the idea to have events during which you would have them actually catered, like dinners catered, or no?
I think what it consists of, and the congregation members would be better able to speak of it, is light refreshments, bagels, gefilte fish, stuff like that. And it's supposed to be like a light meal and a drink after a religious service.
So not a wedding with a not a catered wedding, I mean, like, a 7 to midnight catered wedding or catered, I don't know, event, like none of those.
That's not what, my understanding is that's not what the shul is intending to do. They want to
Okay.
have an adequate space that doesn't disturb the prayer and study activities, so that once that is complete, they can go up there and enjoy refreshments, have a kiddush, and go home.
It's relevant to this discussion because a catered wedding, in addition to having, catering box trucks and the people who come to work, it obviously is gonna have, bring a lot more vehicles. That's why I ask.
No, of course, and that's a valid point.
Sir, you had previously said to me that it was going to be births, engagement parties, a couple other things.
There are
That
certain
there were-
religious milestones, like
Right.
as the ones that you have described, that they would like to celebrate with a collation.
Right.
By collation, it's the same procedure, where you use a warming kitchen to warm up food brought in from the outside.
From
And you
catering.
serve it to all the guests, typically after a religious service.
But like the congregants would all get together and everyone brings stuff or something. You don't mean catered with servers and meals?
No, I don't think there's service at these meals in terms of waiters, bartenders, and everything. I think people from the congregation get the food, they heat it up, they put it on a table, and they sit down and eat communally, and they all clean up their own mess. And it's like I said, it's typically in conjunction or after the occurrence of religious services.
I could send my kids so they could learn how to clean up their own mess?
Absolutely.
Certainly. So my team and I, we prepared area-wide parking counts, and there may be overlap between my report and the applicant's, I'm not sure. Our report looked up to roughly a quarter mile in different directions. So west of Plainfield on Hungry Harbor Road, east to Kearney, the full length of Kearney, the full length of Caldwell, the little segment of park that's between Kearney and Caldwell, going south on Bunker, and then south on Gulf Drive, and then Gulf Court. And those counts were done on a Wednesday evening, a Thursday morning, a Friday early evening, right around when the Sabbath begins, and then Sunday morning, all in the past week, so March of 2024. The area that we looked at covers roughly a 1.2 square mile area, which, again, it's at least 800 feet in any direction. The streets that are closest to the synagogue today are roughly 2/3 full during our observations. That includes Hungry Harbor Road, that includes Gulf Drive. In the entire area, we counted up to 138 parked cars. The proposed expansion, by our calculation, would increase this 1.2 square mile of on-street parking by about 50%, just to put that into perspective. And then, just on numbers, what we did was we actually just looked at individual uses alone. So that's only the sanctuary or only the upper floor social hall. And that parking requirement is roughly 70 cars. So that's how I got that number. This dovetails into what I think are sizable two traffic concerns. First is sight distance. That essentially means that when you're sitting at a certain point, how far down the road can you see or be seen by oncoming drivers? So it's not illegal to park on the side of the street. Mr. Meller is correct. There's legal parking on both sides of all of these streets, apart from driveways, intersections, fire hydrants, and no stopping here to corner signs. Okay, but the issue is that when the shoulders are completely full, if you're looking out of a driveway or some of the side streets, it makes a large difference in the available sight line. So Hungry Harbor Road, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. When I did my observations, and the same with my team members, we saw that the road is operating at much faster speed, roughly 35 to 40 miles an hour. And we actually saw online with the New York State Department of Transportation that has online ongoing hourly data, the prevailing speed is 37 miles an hour. So it's a much faster road than the speed limit would indicate. So what happens is normally if you have a 30-mile-an-hour road, ideally you should be able to see at least 300 feet down the road in either direction when you're coming to make a left turn or a right turn onto that street. And that view is usually available, depending exactly where you are, when the shoulders are empty. When the shoulders are fully occupied, and there are pictures in my report that show the difference, you can barely see up to the first headlight or the taillight, depending which direction it is, of the parked vehicle. So that means that you have to pull out past the parked cars on either side of the street to see oncoming traffic, and it's not ideal. The next issue is just that any new traffic, and we believe there will be new traffic, it's different at a site like this where there's no on-site parking as opposed to a building that has its own parking. Because if you go to a building that has its own parking, all of the traffic is generally en route at the same speed as the rest of the traffic stream. Whereas here, there is no set driveway location to come, slow down, enter, and then, leave at the one discrete point when you leave. Here, you get to be several blocks away from the site and you're already starting to slow down just to look for a parking space. Or you bypass the site and you make a U-turn, or you go down a side street to look for a parking space. So it's a much larger influence area with what we call friction between slower moving traffic and regular 35 to 40 mile an hour traffic than you would have. And it creates an impact where you wouldn't necessarily have one at a typical site with its own parking for the same number of vehicles. Next items in my report are actually to talk about fire apparatus access, utility poles, and then the use of the basement space. So there's the issue where there's overhead electric running along the west side of the property, utility poles that are actually not shown on the rendering, and I don't see them shown on the architect's plan. PSAG Long Island is the entity that establishes the required clearance from utility equipment. The book is called the Red Book, in quotes. So the typical horizontal clearance requirement is 4.5 to 7.5 feet, depending on what voltage the line is carrying. And then the vertical required clearance is 3 to 12.5 feet. Without this information on the plan, we can't confirm if the clearances will be met. And if not, that obviously represents another issue that the neighbors would be concerned with. It's next to it. I believe it's along the shared property line, but it's not on the plan to confirm. Okay, so next is an issue of fire response and emergency access, where no other building in this area, we believe, is over 30 feet tall that would require an enhanced fire apparatus access. The proposed building is absolutely over 30 feet tall, and the way the code reads, the height over 30 feet tall requires a 26-foot wide fire apparatus access, unless, depending on the type of construction, and if the building is sprinklered, which we do know there's a note about sprinklers, but there's no other information about this.
Hold on, when you say the enhanced fire access apparatus, and then you note 26 feet wide.
Yes, because the basic requirement is for 20-foot wide access.
Right, I just want to make clear. The enhanced fire access apparatus, is the apparatus the 26-foot wide? Does it have to be a road? Can it be some sort of other method by which you can get between buildings at 26 feet? Or is there something else the apparatus means? Does it mean that fire truck has to have a 26-foot long ladder?
It's the width of the unobstructed travelway.
Around,
So to provide
entirely around the building on every side, or?
It's only necessary on the one side, and here it would have to be in the front, just because you have homes on all three other sides.
So do I take that to mean they're trying to get at the road that the fire truck would use to get to the subject property must be at least 26 feet wide? Or some road on the side of it? That's
No,
what I'm-
in front.
Okay, so Hungry Harbor Road needs to be 26 feet wide.
Well, the issue is that if there are people parked in front of it, that 26 feet cannot include the parked cars
Okay.
in the way.
At all points, at all times, 26 feet wide swath of travel lane must be along Hungry Harbor Road, for example.
With the exception, if the building is sprinklered and depending on the construction type of the building. So it's, not too many details, but like type 1A, type 2A, different construction materials, if they're non-flammable. I believe it's a class 1 standpipe that's required in the building. These are all part of the building code.
Yeah.
So there are exceptions to not having a 26-foot wide access because you have the better resistance to fire within the structure itself.
And then would it revert to the 20-foot?
Yes.
And with cars parked on wherever parking is allowed on Hungry Harbor Road, does it still provide the 20?
You have that. I mean, you have the lane, you have the center turn lane, and you have the same condition as you have everywhere else.
No,
The
I'm
issue-
asking you
yeah.
sincerely, was that your observation that parking on both, we would still have the 20, provided, again, that would be acceptable if it's approved, they will have to sprinkle it, I know that.
Yes.
And I'm not sure about the construction materials, but assuming that 20 is allowable, that they would have that with both sides or would not?
Only one side, the front of the building is fine.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, with cars parked on both sides of Hungry Harbor or wherever it's allowed, assuming all the parking spots allowed are taken, would they still have 20?
Well, yes, you would include
Okay.
the center turn lane.
Okay.
Yes.
Keep going.
Okay. So the issue, though, is that, besides just having the one note, there's no other supporting design detail. There's no assessment of where the closest fire hydrant is, pressure testing of the existing water main. So the plans as they are, it's not sufficient where the county fire marshal could look at it and review it for aerial apparatus staging or, approvability. And this issue really only comes up because it's a proposed expansion. As it is today, there isn't any such extra requirement. It's the expansion, the taller building, the third floor occupancy with over 220 people with warming kitchens on the third floor. Next issue is related to groundwater. Discussed before, this is FEMA Zone AE, an 8-foot base flood elevation. And there are many restrictions between FEMA and town code that go along with this designation. We believe there should be an in-depth engineering analysis to assess the impacts of excavating below that elevation on adjoining properties, adjoining foundations, their slabs, pools, and any other existing built structures. The town does also have its own restriction on the use of anything called a basement. In a MAC flood zone, basements can be used for parking, storage, or vehicle access, but not habitable space.
That's right.
So this could even preclude the use of the basement level for the sanctuary area that they're proposing, which means that the sanctuary level, the lower level, should be built at grade, which would result in a taller building and more of a variance than is being requested.
Yeah, they wouldn't build at grade, they'd have to build at the DFE, as you know.
Right. Okay, so again, just to summarize very quickly, my review of this application without having a lot of the submitted material by the applicant, it's just a significant intensification of activity that will likely include people who are not right in the immediate area, more activity than occurs today, impacts on parking, traffic friction, going out at least a third of a mile from the property, more of a traffic impact than similarly sized structures with similar traffic generation because of the lack of on-site parking, and concerns related to the utility setback, the basement space, and the fire apparatus. Thank you very much for your time and attention, unless you have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless the board has any questions for Ms. Goldberg, I just want to summarize the balancing test, and then I will ask my clients to give a brief statement.
Wait, one of your clients has, right?
She just answered some questions with
Okay.
respect to pictures.
Okay.
Pursuant to Town Law, Section 267B3B, the Board of Appeals shall take into consideration the benefit to the applicant if the variance is granted, as weighed against the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood or community by such grant. The making of such determination, the board shall consider 5 factors. Number 1, whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to the nearby properties will be created by the granting of a variance. Today, you have 10 properties in the zone of influence directly signing a petition objecting to this structure, as well as 3 immediate neighbors testifying to the negative impact. Whether the benefit, factor 2, whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some other method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance. Number 3, whether the requested variances are substantial. This is a 100% variance that's being requested. Number 4, whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions in the neighborhood or the district. And number 5, whether the difficulty is self-created. It is respectfully submitted that granting the requested variances will most certainly have an adverse negative impact on the neighborhood as follows. Number 1, the demolition and construction of a 3-story structure is not in conformity with the character of the neighborhood and will produce undesirable change. If the board will note, the surrounding uses and structures within the community have been and were originally designated to accommodate residential dwellings. Further, the proposed design and aesthetics of the applicant's structure are not in character with the style of homes within the radius in the community. As you can see by the photos provided, the most residential properties in the area are single-family modest homes. This proposed building mid-block has no place in this neighborhood. Further, it will create a detriment to Ms. Barone and the Weinstein's property by invading their privacy. Further disturbing the quiet enjoyment of their properties by adding additional traffic and congestion and in an area that is already congested based on the existing use. The applicant alleges that there are no other means other than the requested variances for the application to achieve the benefits sought. However, the property has been utilized as a synagogue and has accommodated its congregants for many years. The applicant can design a smaller structure without creating the necessity for additional variances, or perhaps the applicant can sell the property and find a property that's large enough to accommodate its desired structure. Number 3, the requested variances are substantial and burdensome to the abutting landowners. The applicant is proposing a lot coverage of approximately 50%, is significantly shortening the front, rear, and side yard setbacks, and lastly, they're providing no parking whatsoever for its estimated 643 congregants, that require 216 parking spaces under code. These various variances or requests are clearly substantial, as they're seeking double what's permitted according to law with respect to lot area coverage and 0 parking. The proposed variance will have an adverse impact on the physical and environmental conditions in the neighborhood, as it will substantially impact the traffic conditions as mentioned by our traffic expert, as well as create a disturbance to the land by increasing its building footprint by significant proportions. Furthermore, being in a flood zone, there's a significantly high probability that the construction of this building will have a significant physical and environmental impacts upon the adjoining landowners, as well as the community as a whole. Finally, this hardship is self-created. The requests sought are substantial and not fundamental to the operation of the synagogue. The synagogue has been operating without the necessity of a 3-story structure that houses 643 people for years. And the fact that the applicant is demolishing the existing structure is proof positive that each and every variance is self-created. There is no hardship here to consider. While I understand that they are looking to expand the existing use, They would like you to believe that they are servicing 120 families in a one-family high ranch home. I'm sorry, it is very difficult for anyone to believe, and we've all been in a typical standard high ranch house that sits on a 79 by 100 piece of property. To believe that there are 120 families that can worship in that home currently is a stretch at best. They would like you to believe that, and they'd like you to believe that they're not increasing their current use, but yet they're building a structure that can house 10 times as many people as the current house can. I'm sorry, there are no assurances once these variances are granted that which they're telling you today is true. They're telling you that they're not going to have events there. It's just for us to eat after we pray. But yet, they have a warming kitchen, because I guess you have to eat warm food after you pray. You can't have cold wraps, or gefilte fish, last I checked, can be eaten cold. You need warm food, and the look of it is literally that of a catering hall. I have attended weddings, bar mitzvahs at shuls in the past. They are often given in open spaces where only warming kitchens are being utilized. Almost never is there actually cooking on premises. I don't know that it is credible, or that this board should lend any level of credibility to the fact that the people that are currently being serviced in a 2-story single-family home need a property 10 times the size in order to be able to function well. This is a self-created need. And the impact of this need on the people who have lived in this community for 60+ years is unfair, and it is unjust. And that's really what this comes down to. It comes down to the balancing of the need to be able to do more within our house of worship versus the neighbors who've lived in their homes long before this was a house of worship, who've maintained this residence, who lived there without signing up for a house of worship next door that can house 643 people. Miss Barone, when she bought her house 60 years ago, or the Weinsteins 30 years ago, they didn't know. They thought they were buying into a residential neighborhood. A house of worship was approved. Nobody had any objections with that. But the negative impact currently by that house of worship on the community, we've touched on and will be further expanded on by my clients. But the idea that that's not going to increase when you're building something that can house 10 times as many people is absolutely incredulous at best. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask that the board, at this very late hour, and I'll apologize for the late hour, do hear from my clients briefly. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, Nancy Barone, 494 Hungry Harbor Road. We touched on a lot of the things that we were talking about, the curve in the road, the amount of the congregants, and all of the traffic that I put up with on a daily basis on the weekend, as far as walking to the temple, the synagogue, whatever I'm calling it. That if everybody's walking, then why is there so much traffic constantly in front of my house that I can't pull out up and down Hungry Harbor Road? They might be walking, some of the congregants, but a lot of them are driving and parking and staying over, and especially on the high holy days when they could be there for 6 days, especially Passover and the holidays that follow Passover. They're there for at least 6 days, sleeping over, having the cars on the street those 6 days, and in between the Friday to Saturday overnight. This is all overnight, and a lot of my neighbors one of the neighbors who couldn't come, her son works late, and he comes home on a Friday, and he comes home on a Saturday, and he can't park in front of his house because his parents have 2 cars in the driveway. And he has to circle around to find a spot. It's not fair. It's just not fair with all of that parking on the street for the rest of the neighborhood. And I'm not going to go into everything because we touched on a lot of it, and I know the hour is late. But I'm just going to close with this. I respectfully ask each member of the board to think about how you would feel after owning your home for 60 years and then overnight come to learn that what is being proposed is a building 3 stories high, designed to host bar mitzvahs, weddings, and religious school and other social events with 643 congregants and no room for parking right next to your home. How would that make you feel? I respectfully request you give deep thought and consideration to how you would feel if you were in my position, and please deny the application that is being presented to you.
Hello.
Just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Warren Weinstein, and I live, we butt backyards.
753 Caldwell Avenue in Valley Stream.
Yeah, I'll let my wife speak first.
Okay. Doris Weinstein? Okay. Good afternoon, or I should say good evening. My name is Doris Weinstein, and my husband Warren and I are here today in opposition to the temple Tol Korah Tefillah that is going to be built at 500 Hungry Harbor Road in Valley Stream. There is an existing building at this location, but the new synagogue will be an enormous structure with measurements that are all non-compliant with the zoning laws of our residential neighborhood. Occupancy will be over 600 people, and there are no parking facilities for cars. We received a notice of filing in December and realized while getting signatures in opposition that only one person had received the letter besides us, and we think it should have been sent to everyone in the neighborhood.
Yeah, you got the mailing done properly? We have the receipts in here.
Everything has been supplied, including an affidavit of everybody in the radius map that it was sent certified mail return receipt request.
So there are certain requirements for the mailing for the people at 100 feet radius and 200 feet radius. Once it's done, they provide the board with the receipts proving that it was done, an affidavit indicating it was done, and the addresses. We have reason to believe the mailing was properly done.
Okay. My home at 753 Caldwell Avenue in Valley Stream directly abuts the rear of the temple's property. Our privacy is going to be compromised because the entire back of the synagogue will be windows. The structure will tower over the bushes and trees that we planted specifically to provide us with privacy. We feel the new structure will destroy the peace and tranquility of the neighborhood. There have been instances when music has extended to 11 or 12 o'clock at night. The synagogue is not in conformity with the characteristics that attracted us to the 5 towns more than 50 years ago. Our home is our sanctuary, and it is very unsettling and disturbing to us to feel that our sense of peacefulness and comfort will be destroyed.
Thank you. We done? One more.
Yes.
Sure. Should be on, tap it. Name and address.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to make it quick.
Name and address
My
first.
name is Sheila Feldman. I live at 488 Hungry Harbor Road. I've lived there for almost 60 years now. My late husband and I moved in. It's been a wonderful time for us, and we've always been happy there. Now that we have a temple on the block, we've accepted that. But the other day I was coming out, true story, out of my garage, and I back out onto the street. That's the way I do it. I pull in and I back out. I consider myself a careful driver, so I don't just get into the car and back out. I make sure that I look around and that nobody's coming. But if I was not a careful driver, there was a little girl running down the block by herself, coming from the temple. I don't know where her parents were. Maybe they were talking. My granddaughter was in the car with me. She said, "Grandma, why are you going so slow?" I said, "I'm going to get out of the car because I'm afraid I'm going to kill that child." This really bothers me. Of all the things that have been said, I don't want anybody to get hurt. And the more people that come to this congregation, not everybody's careful. People make deliveries. I mean, I get deliveries. They just back out. They don't look. And I don't want a tragedy to happen. And if this is going to become bigger, it's going to end up that way. And that really does, it worries me. And that's basically really all
Thank you.
I'm gonna say.
Killed me. We're not done with you guys. We have another case.
I wanted to thank the board for your time.
I think
Oh, she wants to say.
just try to make it brief, please.
Okay. Again, I said I've been here for over 60 years and paid my taxes to the town of Hempstead for 60 years and continue to. I was an active member of the North Woodmere Civic Association. I worked very hard in this neighborhood to make sure the park committee the park was safe, that the streets were safe. We worked very hard, and I've been like the fabric of this community because I've been here 60 years. And now I'm going to have to deal with the things that I mentioned to you, with the size of the building, with everything we're talking about. And I'm sure there's going to be more than just kiddishes. I'm sure there's going to be bar mitzvahs, and there's going to be weddings. And the impact is just going to be amazingly unfair to my home and the tranquility and peace that I came here 60 years ago to find, and I'm not going to have that anymore.
Okay.
I have a very quick summation. I think I've made it clear that there's significant community objections to this structure and to it's really to the variances that are being proposed. I would also note that given the extreme variances that were proposed, the failure of the applicant to make an effort to converse with those that are objecting. They did appear here pro se the last time they were here. There was zero outreach, with the exception of one phone call to Mr. Weinstein a week ago by one member of the congregation to discuss the absolute opulence and extravagance of this massive building that they want to build and how that will impact it. Typically, applicants make an effort to meet with, speak with the neighbors that are objecting, especially adjacent neighbors who have valid objections and are expressing those objections, and none of that effort was made here. With respect to I'm sorry, I have to add for the record, with respect to the report that was submitted concerning the real estate values and the neighborhood. The two different temples that are listed in this report, the first being 649 Hungry Harbor Road, I would note that that's a corner property, and it brings significantly different considerations when it's on a corner as far as disturbance to the immediate neighbors. The 575 Hungry Harbor Road, I don't think I have to say anything because the picture just speaks for itself. It's literally almost the same size as every other house in the neighborhood. It's not this monstrosity that they've built, and I did spend the last hour while I was listening to their report trying to find the variance application online to take a look at the size and the percentages that they requested. I would encourage the board to do that because even though it's not within the sphere of influence, it's clearly significantly smaller, and it's clearly not going to house 640 people. Thank you.
I'm just going to address the attempted outreach. And I'm going to point out with all due respect that the story being told to the board is absolutely untrue. When the application was first on in December, Mr. Barone contacted me and indicated that they had concerns. We agreed to a 3-month adjournment so that we could get past the holidays, and then we could discuss the matter and go over what the concerns were. After the holidays, I contacted Mr. Barone at least 4 times via email, to which he responded once and said that he would get back to me shortly, and never did. It wasn't until February that I heard from another counsel who was helping them out and who contacted me. Thereafter, several of our clients did reach out to Mr. Weinstein, and each time they reached out, they were told, don't talk to them, they're trying to hurt you. So there were clearly efforts made to have a meeting. This board knows me and how I operate. I always attempt to meet with the neighbors. In this case, we were shut out.
Mr. Vanessa, we do know that to be your pattern of conduct. Okay, if there's nothing left to hear from the applicant, we've let everyone speak. Really quickly, name and address. Why?
Can you hear me okay? The contact that was made was, we did have counsel, we did engage counsel to reach out to Mr. Benesso in person and by email, at which point, God bless you, Mr. Benesso responded to our counsel to say that he would reach back to his clients to talk about modifying the application and or starting from scratch. He never responded back to our counsel at the time. So
Honestly, to be perfectly honest, we know how Mr. Benesso operates. I'm sure everyone, it sounds to me like everyone here was trying to operate in good faith, and I'm not sure what relevance it really has
Fair enough.
anymore than it
Fair
didn't
enough.
work out exactly, so it is what it is. Okay?
thank you.
Okay. We done?
Mr. Mueller would like to be heard very briefly, and then I would like to be heard very briefly. I know it's late.
Again, for the record, Wayne Muller, Robinson and Muller Engineering, 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. I looked over the report by Cameron. They basically followed the same methodology that we followed. And I would just like to point out that based on the observations that they performed, as far as the parking in the area, if we were to take the maximum values that they observed, add them together, and compare them to the number of parking spaces that are provided, they're coming up with about a 40% occupancy, which correlates very well to the information that we presented in our report.
So the reports are reconcilable. The difference is they're of the opinion that those counts, although they're reconcilable, don't represent what the future would hold. Then your position is it does represent what the future will hold because it's the same congregation, in a nutshell. Right?
Pretty much. And
Okay,
also
so
that
you can reconcile the report.
And the Nassau County Plan Commission obviously has reviewed the application and issued a local determination. As far as the fire department access goes, in discussions with the architect, A, the building is sprinklered, and B, we don't fit that criteria for the apparatus.
Understood. Okay. And you want a summation quickly?
Yes, very quickly. As a preliminary matter, I'd like to ask for an opportunity to respond to the memorandum of law submitted by council. I can include a lot of the issues that I'd like to discuss here in that memo, if that's okay with the board.
Do you mean the report by the expert? Or?
No. Council submitted a memo of law, and I would like an opportunity to rebut that memo of law because she's asking the board to apply an incorrect standard.
Do we have that copy of that memo of law?
Do we have that, Christine?
We do.
I suppose I should allow some time to respond, right?
I know that this board is familiar with our LUPA and its state counterparts, but she's alleging that one standard of review applies, and our job is also to protect the record, so.
You don't have to make the argument now. All right.
Okay.
How much time do you think you need?
I'm going to be very brief. Another issue
Whoa, whoa,
is.
whoa. How much time do you need?
Oh,
How much time do you think you need? A week?
a week or two is fine.
2 weeks? 2 weeks okay, counsel? Yeah, so get 2 weeks, get it to her. Well, if I'm going to put a timeline on getting to you, that would imply that I'm letting you respond then after to it. Just get it to her as soon as you get it done and get it to us, and do it all within 2 weeks, please.
Will do.
She has any.
There was a lot of conflation between occupancy limits of the new proposed shul as well as the occupancy of the current proposed shul. We began the presentation by saying they are bursting at the seams, because they literally are. You will see in your parking report that on a random Shabbos, Mr. Mueller, who was overseeing that report, counted nearly 300 people walking in and out of that facility. That facility cannot withstand that many people. That's the reason why we're here. It's not to expand the existing faith. And for council to suggest that, oh, well, they can just sell it and get another location belies an understanding of Orthodox Judaism. And I'm sure the board understands why. There is no religious school on the property. There's merely religious services that are geared for children, as we discussed, and we believe that having the temple in its new proposed form is going to result in a minimal disturbance, because the simultaneous activity taking place, as previously discussed, means less trips to the temple for the same family units. As for the screening and the landscaping, as well as any concerns the board may have about use, we are very familiar, as are my clients, with the conditions that this board customarily imposes onto temples, and we're prepared to accept those conditions in order to ameliorate any concerns that the board or the neighbors may have. If windows need to be frosted, we can frost windows. You know, as far as conditions regulating the use of the premises, we are willing to accept the same conditions that this board imposes on nearly every shul that is in front of it. And as far as the neighborhood is concerned, there's 4 temples on Hungry Harbor Road alone, and many more on Peninsula Boulevard, and many more on Broadway. So the character of the neighborhood has obviously changed in the last 40 to 50 years. It is a very Orthodox Jewish neighborhood, and you can tell by the amount of Orthodox Jewish shuls concentrated in that area. All my clients are asking is to be treated in the same way that those shuls were treated, and to have a place of worship for them that it can accommodate their religious needs.
Okay. Okay, I think we've heard everything we need to hear. Therefore, is there any motion from the board, please?
I move the hearing be closed. The case will be placed on a decision calendar pending the submissions of the reports. And the board, when it renders its decision, everyone who signed in will receive a copy. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. For those of you here on the next case, in order to give the court reporter 10 minutes to rest her hands because she physically cannot, I apologize, we have no choice. We'll take a 10-minute recess to let her rest her hands, Stephanie. Is that going to be sufficient, 10 minutes? Okay, sorry.
She did. Aye.
Huh?
Oh, well.
Okay, we'll let you speak first if that works, but she literally can't, her hands can't go. So just give us 10 minutes for her hands and we'll start right back up. Believe me, we want to get done too. I'm going to grab another bottle of water.
Submit a letter. Write a letter. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, no, I understand. With all due respect, it's improper for you to talk to us now. You could talk to... No, I'm letting you know. How would you know? She doesn't even. It'll probably be at least a month. Are you on this next case, Mr. Muller?
I am.
Lucky you.
Lucky me. What happened to the morning? Why did it go on a ride?
Morning, we had a,
Yeah, I know. Got a little out of control, huh? Did they close the last year? The last hearing's closed except for that one document? The last hearing? Yes, it's closed. Except for that document?
call the case. One of the people who's here as an interested party has to leave to go tend to someone who needs medical treatment. I'm going to let her be heard first so she can leave, okay? And then we'll go back to you, and then the rest of whoever else wants to be heard. We'll go in the normal order, okay?
Okay. Case 78823 Franklin Square, Supreme Collision Concept Incorporated. Variance in off-street parking, maintain addition, spray booth attached to existing auto body repair shop, also known as 735 Hempstead Turnpike.
Gotcha.
Speakers aloud.
Okay. My name is Margaret Kelly. I'm the president of the Community League of Garden City South, P.O. Box 7229, Garden City, New York, 11530. As the president of the Community League, we are incorporated by New York State to serve all of Franklin Square School District number 17, and that incorporates most of Franklin Square, all of Garden City South, a large portion, an area of West Hempstead, an area of Elmont, and also an area of North Valley Stream.
Stupid question. You said you're authorized to serve these various school districts.
We're a civic association.
Okay, so when you're just using the school districts as a reference point for the jurisdictional area you work in?
Correct.
Okay, I didn't know if you did something for schools also, so go ahead.
No, so we were incorporated in 1929 as the first civic to serve Long Island. So the reason why we're here today is since 2018, this location has been on our radar at many of our meetings. So we have the POP unit, the 5th Precinct POP unit that attends our meetings. And many of our members and community members have questioned about what was then called racing results. And the main problem with racing results was parking on the sidewalk. There was a large, I'm going to tell you, I couldn't tell you what kind of vehicle it was, but there was a large engine that was in the street in front for many, many, many weeks. This property under the name of Racing Results. Correct. So over time, the name has changed, and it is currently Supreme Collision Concepts number 2. They have 3 locations, Franklin Square being number 2, the original one being Hempstead, actually right behind Town Hall. I believe the address is on Bedell Street, and 3 is in New Hyde Park on Herrick's Road. Okay, I submitted a folder already to Mr. Owens. That contains photos that I personally have taken. Excuse me? It's one large packet. Photographs, there's letters in there from our senator, our assemblyman, as well as our legislator, all in opposition to this. Yes. Not at all. It's been straight from my computer. Photographs, there's 19 photographs in there, of which 17 were taken by myself, and 2 were taken from members of my. Absolutely. They were emailed, texted to me. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I can easily answer that. We've placed foils with the Nassau County Marshal, and that foil was fulfilled up to our last date, which, I'm sorry, but time frame-wise, I haven't had a chance to do an update on that. Correct. Right, as well as web crimes, which is it's an open website that anybody can view. You don't have to be a member, you don't have to be an attorney. You can open up a right, and no. So it shows the charges against this company, both by the town of Hempstead, who has them in district court, which is, as you know, criminal court, and also the marshals. And at all three locations, the marshals have cited them.
Okay.
Okay.
So we've accepted that into the evidence. It needs to be marked and provided to us to look at. So to the extent you're going to reference that in what you're saying before we have it, we won't be able to look at it. So proceed how you wish. But
Okay. So one of the very concerning charges by the town of Hempstead is operating without a town of Hempstead permit to operate, and is currently in district court with the town of Hempstead summonses for failure to obtain a building permit and operating without a permit to do so. Also a summons for obstructing a pedestrian walkway. As I said, that FOIL was submitted, it was received. Nassau County Marshals returned us a 10-page report. Top charge being spraying vehicles, primer, paint, and clear coat without a proper spray booth permit. No license to hold or store flammable finishes. Separate charges for no automatic fire suspension system, mixing flammable liquids outside a designated mixing room.
does the thing you're looking at from what web crim?
From the web crims.
Okay. Is there a charge on the left column? Is there something like a charging, like with a number?
That would be in the folder. I just did kind of a bullet.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
To get through it. Separate charges for forbidden containers storage and charges of failure to comply to the other counts. So they've been cited multiple times by the marshals, again, at all three locations. From what I understand, on November 16th, the fire suspension certificate was rejected by the marshals. However, the fire suspension was approved on February 20th of 2024. To date, the spray booths have not passed an inspection, nor is permitted for use by the Nassau County Fire Marshals. Nassau County Police Department has been mobilized to this address multiple times. Numerous violations have been issued, innumerous man-hours have been spent here, and the 5th Precinct officers now know the owner of this business by first name. The pictures enclosed will show this company working and spraying cars even after hours. At 9:43 p.m. on a Wednesday evening, as I was coming home from a meeting, I pulled up in front of the business as the bay door was open, and they were spraying cars. And that was witnessed by one of my board members.
And are you telling us that that was during a period of time when they weren't licensed or permitted to do so?
They are still not licensed or permitted to do so.
So that would be a yes?
Yes. On January 27th, I was notified that there was construction going on inside the building of 2024.
Wait, is 2024 the one, near Garden City one? Or the,
No, this
Franklin
is
Square.
different. This was construction that was being done.
at which of the facilities?
So they were breaking up concrete. There's pictures as well in there of dumpsters.
But which of the, this subject, the location of this application, or you're referring also sometimes to the other two?
No, so this is all pertaining to Franklin Square.
Thank you.
Okay. The other two are out of my jurisdiction. So on January 27th, the Town of Hempstead building inspector was called by the Nassau County POP unit. When he got there, he was told that they were replacing a slab of concrete. However, afterwards, it was reported that they built a pit, an inspection pit, in that slab that now raises cars so that they can have a car up for inspection. There's pictures of cars up for inspection in there as well.
Up, so not just a pit, there must be
Nope,
some elevating
there's
device.
I don't know what you would call it, but I'm assuming a hydraulic
A
lift that would lift a car up so they can stand up.
And it's your contention that that was constructed without the benefit of a permit?
There was no permit for that. This building has no permits. There's no permit to operate. In addition to that, there you'll see pictures in there of flatbeds, tow trucks that load and unload cars, damaged cars, mostly unload, damaged cars by parking on the sidewalk, obstructing pedestrian walkway. And again, those are pictures that I took myself. The residential streets around here have witnessed, and I've had multiple phone calls, text messages, and private messages on Facebook, that the smell of what they consider nail polish smell is prominent in the area. The last hearing that we had here, the attorney had asked for an adjournment. I believe he was in trial. And Mr. Regano had the secretary give me his phone number to call him if the smell of nail polish was around. Lo and behold, last night, I got a phone call. I was unable to go, and I did call Mr. Regano. Mr. Regano went there, and he witnessed the spraying outside the booth. This was from a phone call that I received from him afterwards. Okay. So my point is that he had called me last night and told me that he did witness it. He climbed a fence. The neighbor is right here. He climbed the fence, looked over the fence, and saw that they were spraying outside of a booth. The doors were open. The bay door in the back was open, and there was spraying going on. And it was very evident that he was smelling the paint. Okay. Okay, the neighbor's yard that was used for this inspection, the neighbor is here. So she can attest to the fact that she was with him. Okay. Okay. In addition, there's damaged vehicles parked on the side streets that are undergoing different processes of being repaired. So this infringes on the residents. Our quality of life over there is horrendous. Besides for breathing in toxins that are in the air that shouldn't be, they have to endure looking at cars that are beaten up and like I say, in different stages of repair. There's also a picture in there that I took. The spray booth is within 6 feet of a residential property. The other two locations that this company has is a commercial area that is surrounded by commercial buildings. Here, they're backing residential homes. So directly adjacent to their fence is a house with a little boy who complains nonstop that he smells the paint.
Let me ask
No
you.
child should have to do that.
So, you said, did you say it was 2018 that they started that?
Correct,
to the
as
extent
racing
you know.
results.
And you said before it was called
Racing results.
racing results? Because I thought originally you were telling us the police were sharing racing results with you, in that they were, watching street racing,
No, no, no.
So, and racing results was what kind of a business?
It was an auto body shop as well, but they did not do spray painting on the premises that I was ever notified of.
So I never heard of an auto body shop that doesn't paint, but okay. So, and as far as you can remember, was it always that, or?
I'm sorry, Racing Results was not an auto body. Racing Results was a repair shop. So they did, oil changes and engines and that kind of stuff. It wasn't body repair.
Okay,
It became body repair when it became Supreme.
and you think that's about 2018?
I'm not sure what the year was that it switched over. I would say probably closer to 2020.
Okay, and was it, for the most part, was it predominantly always that auto service place? Or was it that for only 2 years, and before that it was a?
It was, no, I've lived in the neighborhood my entire life, so no, there was a deli there, there's a hairdresser on the corner, there was another hairdresser right next door to it at one point. There was a pizzeria there, so, no.
In that same building?
In that
So
strip
it's
of
been
buildings,
morphing.
right.
Okay, keep going, I just want to.
The only thing that was the same is on the opposite corner is a car dealership that had always been Ford. It was like a used car dealer, and that had been there, I think, since before I was born. So
What is that now?
that's now Signature.
Bank?
No, it's Signature Car Dealer, or I'm not
A
exactly sure.
used car dealer?
It's always been, yeah, car,
Okay, but it still is, okay.
right. So that part of Franklin Square was owned a lot by the Ford company. So there was two, one that is now Franklin Square Auto Group, that was part of Ford, and Signature was part of Ford. This place popped out, Racing Results popped out of nowhere, and from there it's now turned to this company. So this file that I'm submitting is proof of all the aforementioned. It includes photos as well as letters from neighbors, elected officials. It's quite clear that this business does not have the size parcel needed for this type of a service. In addition, Supreme Collision Concept is as well as any car dealer or body shop should never be, again, bordering residential property. It impinges on the quality of life that residents in the town of Hempstead deserve. So, to sum it up, the amount of business they do, one of the pictures I have in there shows 3 cars deep, 2 inside the building, 1 outside on the sidewalk, again, impinging on the sidewalk. And this is a daily thing. Right up until 3 days ago, you'll see pictures in there of a Jeep with front end damage that's parked on the sidewalk to the front door.
I see it all the time.
Yeah, it's crazy, and people, especially in the town of Hempstead, and I'm going to say especially Franklin Square, they come into this town, leaving the Queens, and all I get at every one of my meetings every month is, "We're becoming Queens." I don't know what the beauty of Franklin Square is to these dealers to take away from small businesses and to do this type of stuff. None of them live here. None of these owners live here. They won't put it in their backyards. It won't be near their, where they live. But they're buying up this property, or they're renting this property. Again, not coming for permits. They're not coming through the town of Hempstead. They're just opening their doors and ready for business.
Let me ask you, on that same block, this is one of 4 lots. What is on the corner of Grange Street and the Turnpike?
A hairdresser.
That's the hairdresser? Okay, and what is on the opposite side of the subject property, the first one?
You mean that property?
The subject
So on one
property?
side of it is Signature Auto Dealer.
That's the used car dealer.
Right. And then
Okay.
the other side is an insurance company.
Well, I thought the other side was a hairdresser.
The hairdresser is on the very corner.
Right, and then now So then.
There's a small, like a very narrow railroad
Right,
type of
the
store that's
hairdresser, the
there.
subject property, and the next one is the used car.
No, there's,
The corner of Grange and the Turnpike. Ne-
there's 4 parcels right there.
Right, but mine are flipped because the hairdresser on the corner of Grange and the Turnpike, mine shows the subject property next, and then 2 empties.
No.
Yeah? The site plans, the radius maps got off. We'll have to correct the radius map, because I think it's wrong.
So one of the ironic,
I know, but we'll correct it. I'm not suggesting you didn't. Because it's showing it on lots 3, 4, and 5. And if what they're saying is correct, it's on lots.
for years, it may be a party wall that's
No,
dividing the building.
No, it shows 4 distinct lots.
Okay.
But it is showing the subject property as the lot next to the hairdresser. As opposed, so it's showing hairdresser, subject, 1, 2. Ribbon, 1, 2, subject, hairdresser, Grange. And it sounds to me like you're saying it's hairdresser, lot, subject,
Correct.
lot, ribbon.
Right.
Okay, so we'll just get it, just a minor.
So another thing that you'll notice, which I found it pretty ironic, is one of the pictures that was submitted to the board on application is a picture of the front of the building, which also has cars parked on the sidewalk of what I believe they're looking for, what is it, off-street parking. There is no off-street parking in Franklin Square. I don't believe there's any off-street parking in any of the town of Hempstead.
Well, wait
It's
a
a
minute.
wide sidewalk.
Wait, when they ask for a variance in off-street parking, that means that the town board, the town ordinance requires for every business to provide a certain number of off-street parking spots. And there's a calculation done by the building department. So if a person wants to open a business and the calculation provides that you need to have 8 off-street parking spots for your customers, and you don't have those, then you have to come here and say, we need a variance in off-street parking, because we're required 8. We only have 2, and we have to explain to you why we can operate with 2, because either there's a municipal lot, or we don't have people who drive to our business, or there's plenty of street parking. So the language is a bit confusing, but they're asking us, they're coming here saying, we don't have enough off-street parking spots, and here's why we still think it can work.
So I understand that much better now, but the reason there's no off-street parking is because the parcel isn't big enough to accommodate the business that they're doing.
And that is always the case in this.
Yes.
By definition, if you're asking for a variance in off-street parking, it means you can't fit your business and all your customers. Well, it doesn't always mean that. It means the equation doesn't work with your business and your customers. You might be able to fit them, but the equation done doesn't reflect that. That's the argument made.
Okay, and in addition, in order to them to get into this spray booth, they only have one access point other than going through their garage, which is through Signature dealership. So they drive through the back of the dealership property to get into their
Is the Signature property owned by the same person who owns the subject property, if you know? Okay. We're,
the
I'm
property
just-
owner, but 2 separate leases.
okay, that may be.
So
but
there's
that's
a
okay.
tricky part to that. The property
okay.
owner owns both parcels,
Okay, on
but
what
both
si-
parcels are rented separate, leased separately.
I understand. Hold on. What side of the building is the spray booth on?
It's in the rear of the building.
And the rear?
Adjacent.
Okay, so Hempstead Turnpike is the front of the building?
Correct.
Okay, so that's on the north side, if the arrow on my document is correct. So the spray booth is in the existing 1-story frame hatched? area of building extension to be maintained. Is that the?
That's where the spray booth is.
And it's already in or it's proposed?
It's already
I mean, I know the building's
yes.
there. Is the spray booth also in?
Yes, the spray
Okay.
booth is in the structure.
Okay.
And if you look, that is adjacent to the residential housing.
Yes, but I just want to try and, this isn't really showing me, how does the applicant get, I can't see the curb cuts on my site plan.
So there's a garage door in the rear of the building to the side of that addition. So you can get from the,
Drive out the back of the building,
drive out the back of the building to access.
outside, and then turn,
That's the access to parking space, but the spray booth itself, the spray booth is inside the building.
oh, so there's just an opening there.
The spray booth is within that enclosure.
Okay, okay, I just wanted to have a visual. Keep going.
So it may be in the enclosure, however, the door to that spray booth is left open while spraying is being done. And that has been witnessed, I've seen it. Unfortunately, I did not get a picture of it, but I will attest to the fact that I have seen that door open while spraying is being done.
Wait, which door? The door to the spray booth?
To the spray booth.
Yeah, I can't imagine, because I
Well-
did a little work in that, and you can't
From
really
the,
have,
from the street, you can see spraying going on inside the garage that is not being done inside the spray booth.
okay, that makes more
And
sense.
there's a
then.
photo of that. That was the 9:15 after the town of Hempstead is closed. I'm sorry, 9:43, I believe it was, that I took the picture of two men working inside well after hours. They don't have a 24-hour variance to be working that late. So just imagine coming home from work, and having dinner, sitting down in your backyard, and smelling paint at 9 o'clock at night. This is what these people are dealing with. Okay. Okay, in short, I just want to thank you for your time and consideration and realizing the negative effects this business has had on our community. It is for these reasons, amongst others, which are in the file that I submitted, that we respectfully ask that any and all applications for Supreme Collision Concepts 2 be denied. That being said, you know, we've had issues in the past where things have been approved with stipulations, and the stipulations are not followed. And we have brought them back to the BZA to have, you know, certain companies or whatever brought back in for rehearing, and that never happens.
It happens on our watch.
If there is an issue, and if by some slight chance you do find that this is a good place for this, we would appreciate being able to bring them back in, because, like I said, I've been the president of this league since 2018, when all of this started, so I've watched it from day one, and as well as other issues in our town. My main thing in Franklin Square District, Franklin Square is my home. That's where I grew up. And even though I still live in district, Franklin Square has a soft part in my heart. And to see the people that are on those two blocks, especially those two blocks, suffer the way they are, who knows what's going to happen to them in 5 years, 10 years, breathing in it. Their workers have masks on when they're spraying. It's very clear in one picture. They're wearing non-rebreather masks. The people in the houses over there don't have non-rebreathers. So what's going to happen to them in the long term of this? They're obviously not a good player in this game. And again, we respectfully ask that all applications on this matter be denied.
Okay, and just so you know, when you say we would like to be able to bring them back in, what we do, if we grant an application, when we do so, we often impose conditions. That doesn't give you the right to just say we want it to be reheard. But if those conditions, the way it works is the community is the eyes and ears. That's how it always works.
Yes.
So if we impose certain conditions and they are not being met, and we usually find out about it from the community. And in the event that happens, then we reserve the right, and we do call applicants back in who are not conforming to the required conditions, and we will rehear the case, and if we deem it appropriate, we're not afraid to revoke the grants. Okay. So it would be our calling them back in, but it would be generated by way of complaints that the community made, claiming that they didn't comply with the required conditions. But that is a long ways from now. We have a lot of evidence to gather and a lot going on here.
Right.
So I just, to give you that.
Okay. I
Thank
thank you very much for your
Okay.
time.
Thank you. So now we will move, that was an accommodation for medical reasons. Now we will move to the applicant, presenting the applicant's case. That's-
For the applicant, John Farrell, from the Song Lawyer, Brad Colby, Toscano, our offices are at 233 Earl Boulevard, New York. With me today is Wayne Mullen from R&M Engineering, providing testimony on the part of the subject property is located on the south side of Hempstead Turnpike, about 4 feet east of Green Street. The property is 60 feet of frontage along Hempstead Turnpike, approximately 95 block area, approximately 5,700 square feet total lot area. Presently including 3,365 square foot building, CO petition was issued in 1963, and use has continued since that time. The property is owned business hours. 2 years ago, my client made some improvements to the building, in the business was changed, and spray was installed. The addition is approximately 792 square feet, but it increased the required parking places, while eliminating some non-conforming parking in the rear. As a result of the addition, my client requires a variance in off-street parking only. The number of required spaces per unit is 2 spaces per lot. This is only a parking area, it has nothing to do with the use. This is a CO.
Okay, wait, just tell, because, we have closed and open permits, but that doesn't always tell us if did this go through the town board?
I don't know in 1963, I just know what the CO says.
What is it?
The code required a special permit from the town board.
Do you have a copy of the CO? Hold on, what was it,
I submitted the service.
what business was it CO'd for?
The CO for the auto repair.
And but auto repair isn't the same as auto body, is it?
It's under the town code. Yes, there's no distinction in the town code between auto body and auto repair.
Huh. I find that hard to believe, but keep going.
I found it hard to believe too, that's why I read the code.
Wait, did you say you do we have a copy of the CO?
I submitted the CO search with the file, I didn't have a copy of the CO.
But you put it in the file?
I submitted when we filed the application, we submitted a required CO search. I believe it's reflected on my CO.
The CO
Now I'll get you a copy of the CO, I didn't make up the number.
Is that a CO search or is that
Yes.
just that's a, well, it doesn't really show us the COs.
Closed building permit.
The only closed building permits use premises for motor vehicle repair and install a few gas and solar and whatever that is, again, gas insole valve, infrared heater.
Look, I understand there are open permits. I had some early issues that were raised by the neighbor regarding violations from the fire marshal and violations from the town directly related to the fact that we don't have we're here today seeking the variance for parking so that we can get the CO and we can close it out. Once we get the CO, we can close out all of those violations. Fire marshal's been my client's property numerous times. Anything the fire marshal's asked him to do, he's done. The fire marshal can't close out the violations until we have the CO.
Is it your position that if the applicant did not have a spray booth, that the applicant would still be would still be able to legally spray cars with paint, even without a spray booth? Like there would be no other,
Without a spray booth, you cannot spray paint cars.
okay.
You can prime cars, so you can use an open can of primer and you don't need to even pull it through to, spray primer onto the side of the vehicle. That's part of a minor repair or
Mr. Miller will continue your qualifications to give expert testimony as relates to parking and traffic. Mr. Farrell, real
Thank you.
quick. The section you referred to that, teaches us that auto repair and auto body repair are the same. What section, if you remember? Okay, go ahead. Well, there's one section here that addresses major and minor auto repair, and even major doesn't include auto body, but that, there may be other sections relevant.
But there's no section that addresses all of our.
Well, this one addresses auto body by saying you can't do it
I
there.
have to see it, I don't recall.
Okay. Let's just see if he,
For the record, Wayne Muller, Robinson and Muller Engineering, 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. For the record, I have copies of a analysis that we prepared dated December 13th, 2023.
Patrick, give one copy at least to the folks there. We'll accept your report into evidence, Mr. Muller.
Thank you. And just to briefly summarize, as per the town building zone ordinance, section 319A, and as indicated on the site plan prepared by Edward Paul Butt, most revised dated July 21st, 2023. The application before the board today requires 2 parking spaces. Excuse me, 8 parking spaces are required for the entire building in accordance with today's standards. 2 conforming parking spaces are provided on the property. Therefore, a variance for 6 parking spaces will be required for the entirety of the building.
But wait, if the only thing before us is the parking variance for the small addition, spray booth, that's not, that surely isn't generating a 6th spot. Did you have a prior variance?
We didn't have a prior variance. I don't know what the parking requirements were in 1963.
Well, the variance was in, the ordinance came into being, I think, in 57 or 56.
Right, but I don't know that there were parking requirements necessarily in 1957.
Yeah, there were. That's when the ordinance came to be, 56, 57.
Codes change.
Well, there might have been different ones, you're right.
Right, and they may not have required parking variance for an auto repair use back in the 1963.
Is that when the first, that's when you said?
Yes, we got a CO for the use, so.
For the use of auto repair, right?
So again, as indicated on the plans prepared by Mr. Butt, there are 2 conforming parking spaces provided on the property. However, based on our observations of the way that the site functions, the spaces within the area within the Supreme Collision Building and the building due west functions as additional parking even though it doesn't conform. Similarly, the areas behind the building, they use that area to park. And then there's also a 10-foot strip just in front of the building between the building and the right-of-way in which Supreme parks vehicles. They also put vehicles inside the facility that they're working on, and those are also parked.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do too much. I want to see how many, all right, how many cars?
If I might approach for 1 second. That's one.
How many cars fit there?
2 or 3 tops. Turn the other chairman there. Here. So this is,
That's bringing a setback.
yeah, they park it there. Correct.
How many?
It's not really the sidewalk, it's their
They do
property.
that, they do.
I never saw it. And in here, they park, and then they park.
Wait, how many?
So 2, I think, they're working on.
2 well, that's storage, that's not parking.
Yeah, it's inside.
2 storage. Hold on, and then what, back here something?
Well, that's the conforming spot, but they store cars back there also.
Yeah, because we do have to distinguish between storing and parking, because parking, of course, is for the customers who come.
They're really cars. They're really cars. Oh, To continue, we performed observations of the activity on the site and on street on Thursday, November 30th, 2023, from 7 to 9 in the morning, 11 to 3 in the afternoon, and 4 to 6 in the evening. And then again on Saturday, December 2nd, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. All that information, the observations are all summarized.
Right, but that's small, and I usually am down with just having you summarize it, but I would like you to do a little bit on the record here, because I don't feel like I have a complete picture how many, you said how many spots you need, 9? Hold on. You're required to have 9? 8. And we have 1, 2 that are,
Two conforming.
2 that are conforming in every way, well, wait,
Correct, with the backup aisle, the width, the length, they all conform.
and they don't need side yard, I guess? No. Okay, so 2 conform, so now we're 6 short. So tell us where those 6 are gonna park,
So
not
based-
including the storage of cars. This is the
So,
parking. right?
well, I guess the storage and the way that the site, the way an auto repair facility functions, stored cars are parked cars, right? Because people, in this case, because it's an auto body shop, a car, unless it's a minor fender bender, again, the customer may drive their car, but then they're being picked up, dropped off, and they leave, right?
How many
Nobody hangs
employees
out.
are there?
How many employees? 2?
I think so the way the employees work is we have 5 employees, but the employees come from the Hempstead location, the Hempstead location on Dell Street. My client's operation works with several different uses together. He tries to keep the cars off the street, out of the open air at night. Any vehicles on site are stored inside. Any vehicles he can't store inside are returned back to his storage lot at the Dell.
Yeah, but at night I would think, is the least concern. Because at night isn't when everyone else is trying to get down the street and walk down the street and stop. So,
What are the hours of operation?
So our typical hours of operation are 7:30 a.m. to 5, but there are no restrictions on the hours of operation.
all right, but it's relevant to where the cars are.
Right, no, but I think, look, you have a situation where my client's property does not go all the way out to the sidewalk that's public sidewalk. There's about 10 feet of space between the end of my client's building and where the public sidewalk is.
On Hempstead Turnpike.
On Hempstead.
But that's a front yard setback. That's not supposed to be where cars are parked or stored.
I understand that, but that's how it was approved. This building hasn't come forward since it was approved in 1963.
Right, but we don't have a request here to park cars in the front yard setback.
We don't park cars in the front yard setback. Front yard setback is used to move cars in and out of the building when they're being worked on.
You mean drive over it or park them there for a couple hours?
You have to drive over it because
No,
you
but-
can't get from the street to the building.
I'm just clarifying, when you say move over, if you mean drive over the front yard setback, I get it. But if you mean they're used when they're not working on it to stick them there for an hour, a day, or a week, that's different. That's a front yard setback, and there's not a request of that sort before us, as you
Right.
noted.
No, I understand that. That's because the use is approved. Again, we're here tonight for a parking variance related to a rear yard addition to the property.
I understand.
It's a spring. It's not about, like, how the building is used and utilized. It's been that way since 1963.
Wait, if someone comes before us for a swimming pool, but they got an illegal bidet, or an illegal brothel, we're not considering that? Of course we are.
No, we're not.
And if you're here for that parking variance, and we're trying to figure out where the cars are gonna be, it is relevant that the front yard setback is not where they're gonna be.
Right.
Okay, so when you say we're gonna put cars there,
No, I never.
move them, okay, that's why I clarified. Did you mean drive, you said you can put them there, move them there when he's not working on it.
Right.
Did you mean drive over them to put them elsewhere?
During business hours, there are times when you're gonna have to use that area to move cars out of the garage so that you can take a fixed car out for a customer to pick up, and then the car that's there would be moved back inside.
Sure, but that's a 5-minute event. That's why I'm trying to clarify whether he's putting them out there and leaving them out there, because that's exactly one of the issues here, is that cars are seemingly being parked, stored, etc., all over places that they're not supposed to be. And to come before us and ask for a parking variance, and then it's silly to think we're not gonna inquire into that. we shouldn't be looking into how the business operates because it's been operating for whatever and some other business was there since '63. We do need to understand how the whole thing operates because we're being asked to expand the size of it without enough parking before it's expanded. Yeah, and it's, I'm not sure the spray booth is. Yeah, let him finish his.
Counselor, if there are any cars overnight, are there any that do not have New York State plates on them? Okay. Does your client rent any space across the street to put his cars?
No, he doesn't rent it. He has other lots within, he has a site at 121 Dell Street, which is in the village of Hempstead.
Okay.
That has a large storage yard. He has another facility at 105 Harris Road, which is in the town of North Hempstead. He stores some vehicles there, and he recently acquired another, a vacant piece of land that was previously used for storage. He stores vehicles there to the extent.
And where is that located?
One 130 Main Street in Hempstead. 130 and 130.
Okay, so he does not rent any facility on Goldenrod? Yeah, it's Goldenrod Avenue, which is right across the street.
Yeah, no. No. So, just, my client just informed me that he does have permission from Star Electric, which is located on the southeast corner of Hempstead Turnpike and Ribbon Street, to utilize 4 spaces there as well.
Is there a lease in place or anything like that?
I don't know if he has a lease or if it's a handshake, but we can provide the board with.
Yeah. You know, if that goes away tomorrow, then,
No, I understand.
okay, good.
So Ribbon Street is in Franklin Square?
It's 1 block to the east.
Oh, I see, okay. So, but he has nothing on Goldenrod?
It's on Ribbon Street. There's a parking lot on the corner, southeast corner of Ribbon Street and Hempstead Turnpike. It's a block away. It's probably 250 feet away. Mr. Motto, just to go back to the CO issue. The CO is issued for a public garage. The definition of public garage in the town code under section 1 includes auto body repair shops, as well as general vehicle storage and repair vehicle, and grease and washing. Section 1, under the definition of public garage.
I do have another question, Counselor. does your client ever leave any doors open when he's spraying cars?
So if he's spraying cars in the spray booth, no, there are no doors open. The
Okay,
spray booth
has
is
he
a
been-
controlled room, it's airtight, and it's designed to keep the fumes from the paint inside. If he is priming, hand priming the car, if the back door is open, then yes, then the door would, then possibly there's something from that. But
Okay.
I can have my client stop that.
Okay, has he been spraying any time during the last couple months when he's not given, when he hasn't had permission?
He's telling me he has not been drinking at that location.
How about the other guys?
I'm sorry?
How about your coworkers? There's testimony that that lady gave that they were spraying last night. They'll tell us that they were spraying last night. Mr. Regano told me you can consider that hearsay. I don't care.
No, I don't,
He told me that they were spraying last night. I don't know. I remember that. Yes.
no, look, I understand. If he was spraying, like I said, he's allowed to use primer from a can
That's
in
not.
the open room. I was not here, Mr. McKenna. I had a colleague come in and take care of it.
There shall be no spraying between now and when you come back to the board. I guess he didn't tell you. I'm giving you an out, Mr. Farrell.
No, I don't believe he did. I don't recall having that
So
conversation.
I'll have a little chat with Tom.
So if we assume that, so your position is that because it was approved as an auto repair in 63, that use continues and includes auto body, and you wouldn't have had to go to the town board?
That's actually what the building department determined in this case. Because we filed an application for the spray booth, and they did not send us back to the town board for use as part of the letter of denial.
Presentation done and hear from these folks so everyone can go home.
Are there garage doors on the back? Yes. What are those used for?
How many?
They're used for parking and for overnight storage.
Uh-huh. How many garage doors are there?
There's only one garage door on the back of the building.
Okay. Mhm.
Mr. Farrell?
If the board wants us to amend the application to request relief to park in the front parking that front yard setback, we're happy
I'm not suggesting you do that, I'm just suggesting part of the analysis isn't gonna include putting cars there when there's no request for that, and not, you know. I have a question for you, though. So now I'm looking at a letter from the town of Hempstead. I'm just trying to understand how the process got to this, because there are a few things that I would have thought would have gone differently procedurally. This letter is from the town of Hempstead Department of Buildings, pardon me. It's to Michelle Hanson, the administrative supervisor of the town clerk's office. It's from Joseph Nerbecki, thank you. The subject is the spring collision with the location at 735 Hempstead Turnpike, Franklin Square. And it's related to the proposed expansion of auto repair public garage use for new spray paint booth, mixing room, and storage. This examiner has reviewed the drawings dated 8 June 22, last revised 27 December 22, prepared by Edward Paul Butt Architect, AIA, it's getting late, signed and sealed by Edward Paul Butt, RA, NYS license 017350-1, and consequently, this examiner has no objection to the continued process of the application itself. New paragraph. If approved by the town board, variances from the Board of Appeals will be required for the following. And it goes into the parking and the accessory structure. So, did this ever go to the town board? I feel like the process is glitched. Council, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that would need to be something that would go with the drawings being changed to request that, goes back to the building department. The issue I have with this is all that time that it takes, however much it is, we still have people, we still don't have a resolution. And this is a problem, because while you have a case pending also, you know, all enforcement proceedings are stayed. And that, I feel, would be somewhat burdensome for the community. So, this business is operating, right?
Yes, not to full extent, but yes.
Is the spray booth being used?
The spray booth's not being used. I just had a conversation with my client, and he said he's not using the spray booth. He said
So he's just spraying the stuff and not putting it in the
well,
booth?
he may be, yeah, he was spraying the primer in the garage, or his employees were, he wasn't aware of it. I have told him that that needs to cease, that it can no longer happen. Or the doors need to be closed. It can't be sprayed upon the, to affect the outside neighborhood.
Do you wear safety gear when you spray primer? You know, like the mask reset? No? You just do it? Spray it? I said you don't have to wear any respirators or whatever they call it? Not for primer. Is that a water-based primer?
So,
I sprayed a car once in my garage before you were born. With lacquer. They didn't have
it
water-based.
didn't affect you at all.
No, look at
Sharp as a tack.
Can you imagine?
Listen, I think that, given where we're at with this, I feel like we just need to finish hearing this case, and we'll do whatever we need to do and decide it is in our schedule. If you wish to submit any subsequent application to the building department with a different parking configuration, obviously you have the right to do that. I just don't want to hang this case up even longer and have conduct ongoing that needs to be addressed and made safe if it's not. Without, I'm not concluding it's.
I understand.
Well, okay, there are some things that I can't maybe change, but what we can do is finish hearing this case now so that we at least have a case before us on which we can, do our due diligence and make a decision when it's appropriate. So go ahead and finish presenting your case. And I don't want to draw those people back.
So as indicated in my report, we did observe the parking both on-street, on-site, on the side streets. And what we found was that during the time that we were there, and whether the cars are stored or parked, to us it didn't really make any difference because they were there, is that associated with the site we saw no more than 7 vehicles. That's in the garage, jizz, and outside on the property. At the same time, so 7 was the max that we saw. On Hempstead Turnpike, we saw during the times that we were there, as I indicated before, in the areas that we studied, there were 11 vacant spots on Hempstead Turnpike. So it's our estimation that the parking provided, or the area provided on the property, and/or the on-street parking on Hempstead Turnpike is more than enough to satisfy the requirement for the building. That's before the board this evening. Yeah, I believe that's it. I mean, I think the board's very well aware as to why these sites function, with cars coming in and out, and this isn't really a type of business where people stay. It's not like a retail store. You're not shopping for anything here. Your car's damaged, it gets brought to the shop, it gets repaired, somebody picks it up and takes it away.
Yeah, I mean,
They don't
you're
make money
exactly
because-
right. Problem we really have with this is wrecked cars parked everywhere at most of these sites. I haven't been to this one, but my experience is it's sort of standard operating procedure in a lot of these places. It's not so much the customers not having where to pull in, they have 1 or 2 spots, but it's the sidewalk, the front yard setback, everywhere they can is the car on jacks and et cetera, and then the smell that goes.
I mean, during our observations, we did not see that. Everything that was wrecked was inside, being worked on, or in the back, in the legal parking space in that area.
Yeah, no cars in the front, unregistered, no license plates?
Not when he was there.
That I don't know. We
Yeah,
didn't
okay.
look at that. I have no idea.
I respect your honesty.
Yeah, no clue. We didn't check that out. So, yeah, so based on our observations, we believe that the site will function properly, and it does, in the way that it's configured today.
Okay.
So, just to run through a few points, the board's well aware that there's a variety of uses on Hempstead Turnpike in this this area. There's gas stations, restaurants, car dealerships, offices, every retail uses, personal service shops. In and around the subject property, there are some buildings that have no parking available. For example, there's a strip of commercial stores to the west that's between Renton and Grange that have no off-street parking. There's also 2 blocks to the east between Ferndale and Sempton. There's a strip of buildings that have no available off-street parking. In preparation for this hearing, I did some research, and I was able to identify 5 properties that were granted variances by this board with no parking at all. I'm going to go through them. I have copies for the board.
Can you give one to the folks in the back?
Yep. There's 7 copies. They're bundled, so each stack has all 5 approvals.
There's 7 copies, and we can part with 2 then. There are only 4, so we can part with 3.
So at 820 Hempstead Turnpike on September 14th, 1959, this board approved application, case number 1154, where variance was granted to construct a 2-story office building with no parking provided.
Hold on, can you give me some idea where this is? I don't have addresses.
820 is on the opposite side of the street to the east.
The opposite side of which street?
The opposite side of Hempstead Turnpike. All of
Okay.
these properties are on Hempstead Turnpike, and they're all within several blocks of the subject property.
Okay, well, where's 820? I don't have, can you give me some other identifier? Section, block, and lot, I think that's here.
I'll have to, it's just gonna make, just give me 1 second, I'll give you a specific location.
I mean,
Here, it's right here.
It's on the north side between Lincoln Road and McKinley Avenue.
oh, it's not, oh, McKinley's here. All right, so it's just slightly off the radius map, right?
Yes. The next one is 763 Hempstead Turnpike. That was approved on December 11th, 1984. In that application, the board approved Franco's Pizza. The applicant had no parking provided and was permitted to have up to 40 occupants in the building.
Okay, tell me what street that's between. I'm at a disadvantage here without addresses.
It's between Grange and Renton, which is 2 blocks away. 2 blocks to the east.
Yeah, that's just the next block over roughly.
The next one is 831 Hempstead Turnpike. The board approved application 1182 for Sandy's Party Supply Center. Again, the applicant provided no parking. There was an addition for storage.
What year?
It's on the corner of Claflin and Hempstead Turnpike.
What is it?
Claflin, looks like. Claflin, sorry.
All right, I don't have Claflin on the radius map, I guess. What year?
That one was 1988. On November 20th, 2003, the board approved 677 Hempstead Turnpike for Tony's Taco.
Where's that?
That's 2 blocks away also. It's on the corner of Sempton and Fendale. Tony's Taco is allowed to have up to 26 seats.
Oh, that's on the radius map. the
And
other
it has
direction.
outdoor seating as well.
It's not within the radius, but it is on the map, those streets, so. And there's one more.
751 Hempstead Turnpike. On December 9th, 2005, the board approved an application to maintain an expansion of the building with no parking at 751 Hempstead Turnpike.
Mr. Mueller?
It's on the corner of Grange.
Okay. Okay.
So clearly, this is an area where this board has recognized that many of these buildings were built without the provision for off-street parking. And as such, the board has granted parking relief in numerous instances. And I would submit that even that the uses where the board did submit, did grant these zero parking variances are uses that are far more intense and generate far more traffic than the auto repair shop.
Well, but let's remember, what's at issue here, as Mr. Mueller said, isn't so much the customers coming, but the storage of disabled vehicles, arguably en masse, and on sidewalks, on front yard setbacks, so.
Right, but we're not permitted, I mean, the vehicles do have to be maintained inside the building. Damaged vehicles should not be out on the street. I agree with that.
No vehicle should be stored in front yard setbacks.
That's correct, but there is available on-street parking in front of the building. My client does provide 2 parking spaces on site. He does have an agreement with a property owner 2 blocks away, or a block away, to provide additional parking spaces. So while many of these uses don't have similar agreements, they exist without parking variances at all. So I would submit that not having parking is certainly in character with the surrounding community. And where my client's operation is different is he actually does provide, while it's only 2 spaces, he does provide parking on site.
Okay,
So, the next, whether the benefit of the applicant can be achieved by some other feasible method other than a variance. The subject property didn't have a substantial amount of parking to begin with. It certainly didn't have legally compliant parking spaces. It may have had room to park vehicles, but they did not comply with the current code. To install the spray booth or to put any addition on the building would generate the need for a variance. Therefore, I would submit that there is no feasible method for the applicant to achieve what he desires without variance relief. Whether the request is substantial. I think in light of the fact that this board has granted variances where properties have provided no parking, I would submit that this is not substantial because my client does provide parking on site. Albeit deficient, it does provide parking on site.
is that the measure of, is what other people have the measure of substantiality? Or is that, maybe more character, and substantial is, I have 2, and I got a bunch of cars I gotta store also?
Well, I think if you're a 40-seat pizza place, then that requires 60 spaces, and you give a variance of down to 0, that's a 100% variance.
Right,
We're not
and I
seeking
would
a
agree
100%
that that's substantial.
Right, but you
whether
granted
they-
that approval.
But that doesn't, I don't see that as determining whether yours is substantial. It may be useful in whether or not yours would be consistent with that character. But I think the substantial analysis of yours is the request you're making for this property
Well, we
substantial.
can certainly disagree on whether or not the variance is substantial. It's I'm not gonna concede that my variance is substantial.
Okay, I
in
don't
light of the
expect you to.
fact that the board has granted zeros
Yeah,
numerous
I don't
times.
expect you to.
Whether the proposed variance will have an adverse impact on the physical and environmental conditions of the neighborhood. This is a parking variance. It has nothing to do with the use. The use as a public garage has existed since 1963. My client is gonna continue it. There is no environmentally sensitive land that's attached to this property, so my submission is that it's not.
Wait, there's what?
What's that?
Never
There-
mind, keep going.
I wanted to hear, you said there's no environmentally,
Sensitive land on this property. There's no wetlands
I
adjacent
understand.
to it, no steep slopes or anything like that. That generally
Understood.
comes into consideration when you consider the physical and environmental characteristics of the community. And then the last is whether or not the difficulty was self-created. Clearly, the difficulty is self-created because the applicant installed a spray booth. We can't run from that, we can't hide from it. But the subject property was deficient in parking prior to the installation of the spray booth. Certainly deficient in terms of legally sufficient parking, legally dimensioned parking spaces. I would say that in the past that rear yard prior to the installation of the spray booth was not used for parking vehicles. It was used for storing damaged vehicles and vehicles awaiting repair. That doesn't happen anymore. it's not possible to store those damaged and wrecked vehicles in the rear yard. Those vehicles are taken off-site. And I would submit that it's more offensive to have damaged and wrecked vehicles on the other side of your fence if you're a homeowner than to have the rear of a building.
Is there any ordinance that governs how the proximity of a spray booth compared to some other structure in residential, or not, just the regular old setback?
I'm sure I think it's 10 feet under New York State Building Code, but this structure is, keep in mind, the structure, the spray booth itself is inside a part of the building, so it doesn't go right to the property line. It's more than 10 feet away from the property line.
Well, any spray booth is gonna be in a building, right?
Well,
By definition.
but I was trying, I just wanted, because if you look at the plans, I want to make it clear for the record, if you look at the plans, I think the rear yard setback, the building is closer than 10 feet to the property line. I just want to make it clear that the spray booth is not within that 10-foot setback.
Counselor, at any time did you state with the spray booth, how many cars would he be having on the property at one time to work on?
Inside, how many? He has 5 vehicles in the building.
And those vehicles stay on the property how many days?
Depends on the nature of the repair.
Okay.
Sometimes you can't, sometimes you can't get parts, sometimes you can't get paint to match. You know, there are different things that factor into that.
And where do you keep those? Do you keep those inside when you're working on them?
So they go back, if he has a car that's awaiting repair that he can't get a part for, that will be taken from this property and brought to the property on Bedell Street,
Okay.
which is in the village of Hempstead.
When does he take the cars to the property that or he has the right to use on the southeast corner of Ribbon and Hempstead Avenue? When does he take the cars there?
Ribbon and you mean the 4 spaces that?
4 spaces, yeah.
That's for the business, that's for, that's for people that are, Okay, so at the end of the day, he keeps the vehicles at that location on Ribbon, but no damaged vehicles are kept there. The owner of that property won't allow him to store wrecked or damaged vehicles there. He brings the damaged vehicles back to Bedell Street.
Oh, okay.
Looking at your earlier decision, and the address is Board of Zoning Appeals, Town Hall, Hempstead. No street address.
There was not a lot of confusion for the postman back then.
Town Hall. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think we made our submission, and we're happy to listen to what the community has to say.
Okay, then if you're finished, I'm gonna allow these other folks to speak. So if you folks wanna all scoot over to that bench, so you're near the microphone. So after much waiting, late hours, this is one of our later times lately. We used to go late a lot more years ago, but, name and address for the record.
Sure.
You okay, Stephanie?
Can you hear me? Amanda Beers, 20 Ribbon Street, Franklin Square, New York, 11010. So where to begin? A day in the life on Ribbon Street. When Norman moved in and took over Racing Results, we could not walk on the turnpike. We used to go to the diner. Can't go to the diner unless you want to slip and trip and slide because of the oil spill.
Wait, so you're talking about the actual street?
Yeah, the actual sidewalk street, whatever you call it.
Well, which one? Sidewalk?
It's the curb, it's the sidewalk, yeah.
Well, it's important.
Yeah, you're right.
You're telling us you couldn't traverse the sidewalk because what?
Because he had his cars, or there was oil spill everywhere, but mostly you had to navigate out into the street to walk to A&S Bagel, to go to the butcher, to go, and if you want to do an insurance company, forget about it, because there was all cars, which on a normal day is like that. Then you have...
When was this about?
What?
When did this start?
It went as soon as he opened up Racing Results. I don't remember how long, probably.
Okay, wait, He had racing results too?
Yeah, he started racing results, and then when that didn't work or whatever, he decided to change to Supreme.
Oh, I didn't realize your client owned the prior
Yep,
building business
he's
too.
one and the same.
Okay.
And so then when it became Supreme, it got worse. But when he had racing results, then his cars, because he would have, at that point, it was a drop-off service, and then he would do oil changes and everything. So our block became where he would he would tell the customers, just leave the cars on Ribbon, and I'll go get them for you. So we would come home, have nowhere to park. We'd say, Norman, we had a cell phone. Norman, we have nowhere to go. Can you come move these cars? Oh my God, my customer. All right, I'll go move it. He was very nice about doing that. But this was like, why do I have to keep calling you all the time? And sometimes he would take them, but then it got to where if there's a snowstorm, you couldn't get the streets plowed because he'd leave them there for 3-4 weeks. You know they're his cars because we all know whose each other's cars are. His has the plates that are from out of state or from wherever they're from. Or
they
he has like the
usually put
little,
that tag in
the
the-
tag in the window. So you always know they're his. And when you call them, miraculously, they got moved. So that was how Racing Results and Ribbon Street worked with Norman. Then we have Supreme. So now he starts smelling paint and he starts doing auto repairs. And now we're starting to see that motor that Marge talked about. It started in the front of Hempstead Turnpike, in front of the store. Then it
Wait,
went,
what is that thing again?
it's a big I have no idea. This big motor thing. I have no idea. It was no car. See, she knows
Oh,
because
so
she's.
it's like an air compressor or something?
It was an engine. It was
Well, an air
huge.
compressor can have a big engine. What was it?
Norman, what was it?
Did it run?
No, there was nothing to it.
Oh, it was just a stripped-down engine that wasn't operating. Oh, okay.
Right.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
So a vendor dropped the engine off in the street, and then we called them to move it. We also called the town to move it because you need a forklift to move it. They dropped it off at the wrong address. It wasn't actually even yours.
I lost the engine.
Right, so about 3 months of that, and then the police came, and then I think it miraculously got moved.
They came and they recovered it.
Yeah, like 3 months of calling, and the police got involved, and that's because we didn't want to look at that anymore. So then if it's another day, you got the trailers coming and dropping off cars because they from the tow trucks or these big things, and so you can't go down. If you're trying to go off a Ribbon, and you're trying to make a right turn to go to Cary or whatever, high school where the kids, you can't see because his cars are all parked up to the corner. I don't know when you did your study if you saw that. So you can't see, it's like a blind corner, and it's very dangerous. Because again, we don't have a crossing guard for our children to cross over Hempstead Turnpike. They made that decision. So our children have to cross, my children weren't allowed because of this craziness. So we had to drive them all the time because you can't cross the street.
Yeah.
Because you're taking your life into your own hands over there. So then we had that issue. Then the spraying started and people started smelling paint. So the fire marshal was called. They have removed the actual spraying from his store and said, you cannot do this. You are not authorized. He gets a violation. He does it again. And he keeps doing it, and that's why there's violations in district court. So anytime Norman's told, no, 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 as he was told, his attorney was told last time we were all here, Norman plays, he's supreme, so he can do whatever Norman thinks he can do. And it doesn't matter. And as far as the cars overnight that he parks on Star and Sun, well, if they're not cars that need to be repaired, then why does he have them? Why are they left over at Star and Sun? Because they're all in need of repair. So maybe he lost wages, but the value down in our houses are going down, down, down. Everybody wants to move because it's like horrible. Between his cars having to look at it, his spray painting and smelling paint can't go in your backyard. It's horrible. We have a nice block. We all get along. And then we have to deal with this. He doesn't have spots. I've asked Norman, I've talked to him nicely. Norman, this is not where you belong. We're residential. You're too close. My neighbor on the corner next to me, her backyard looks into where he parks the cars. It's disgusting. There's oil, and stuff down there. It's not but where it should be. Our neighborhood is covered with looking at broken down cars all day long. And like I said, if you go down to Star and Son's parking lot, I know it's their lot, but it's cars that need to be fixed. And the smelling of paint by a little boy, who's my neighbor, who I love dearly, is sad. And it's very disturbing that when you were told not to do it, that you're doing that. You have children, Norman. Would you want them to be exposed to all of this? He's in 2nd grade. He's the cutest little boy.
What is he at the Raza residence? Or
I think it's
Is his house on Ribbon or on
Yes,
Grange?
it's on Ribbon, he's my
Oh,
neighbor.
that's right, we gotta remember to fix the radius map. I keep looking at the wrong
Right, yeah,
property.
we're on Ribbon.
Okay.
And that's,
So is he in the Perez house or the Beers house?
that Beers is me,
Okay, so is this
he's
the?
across. And,
Okay, so in the ants or the Chang?
yeah, mhm.
Okay,
Yep. So that's
and
the,
over there, he's smelling it.
yeah.
May I ask a, Norman, right? I don't know your last name, doesn't matter.
Well, he's gonna give it to the record if he's talking.
When and if the spray booth is completed, it has filters on it, I assume. Will there be any odor emissions out of the building, out of the spray booth?
Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, so I've spoken to Amanda. Amanda knows me very well, extremely respectful. The spray booth is designed with an intake on the west side. The exhaust is actually in the center of the turnpike, but it actually runs through a filter. So it was designed that way based on the air and conservation department. So spray booths are designed in a certain way. This way you don't smell fumes. If you're smelling fumes, that means the filter's not working and the booth is not working.
So
Purpose
you're
of a booth is for you not to smell anything.
You're saying air comes in on the west side of it, spraying happens, and there's
No.
some sort of, something
It's-
pulling the air out and down
It's
through a
in-
filter and up in the middle of the turnpike?
No, it's an intake. So you have intake and exhaust, just like how we inhale. Right? Everything
Right,
is in
right.
here, which is all the
Where's
fumes
the
is inhaled
exhaust?
in the booth. It goes through the filters, and then the exhaust is on the center of the turnpike. It's 30 feet to the center.
what I thought you
That's
were
the code.
Wait, how does the,
The exhaust blows out from the roof out towards.
oh, it shoots out, that's why it ends up in the center.
Yes.
Oh,
It's just in the center of the
I'm trying to figure out how
building.
you got to the middle of the turnpike.
It's in the middle of the building.
Pipe runs through
Okay.
the piping system runs through, the ventilation system runs through the middle of the roof of the building, so it goes out to the center of Hempstead.
Hempstead
Did-
Turnpike.
Norman,
An elementary school and a high
What-
school going that way. The kids are walking there.
you get more,
But there's no fumes because it's filtered.
you have spray booths in Hempstead or in your other locations?
All of the locations have free.
They do.
All the locations are up to code.
And the one that you have in Franklin Square, will that be designed, or is it designed the same way as the other ones are?
Yeah, state of the art. It's one
I
of the
think they all have
newest.
violations as well.
Okay.
It's one of the newest booth on the market,
Are they
most
operating?
efficient.
Are they operating now?
No, they're not.
The
We
one
ran
in
a test on
While
it,
you're
that's it.
spraying.
Hempstead is not operating?
No, Hempstead and Garden City is operating.
Okay. So if I went to Hempstead on Bedell,
Yes,
and you turned it on for me, I would not be able to smell paint
Zero.
fume?
zero. And there's another body shop there. There's Frontier, that's actually on the corner there as well. And Bedell, which is our other location there as well.
Okay, so right now, in Franklin Square, you're not operating the spray booth,
No.
and if you were operating it, they wouldn't smell anything. So what are they smelling now?
Okay, so I'm
Primer.
gonna say that what Amanda states that they smell it is actually false. Because throughout this whole process, there's been a lot of false complaints, such as soil, oil, every single municipal has come out, and the test has been negative.
Well, that's the soil.
No, that's
So we're
everything,
just
ma'am.
slipping
I
on
find it
nothing.
hard to believe that a whole bunch of people say they're smelling this and they just,
He smelled, the gentleman here
they
smelled
aren't.
it.
And I know you're not suggesting they're lying, but how is it that all these people are, at least from time to time, smelling chemicals that they describe as nail polish
think it was a
remover
used car lot
or
right there.
et cetera, and something is being smelled? So I get that maybe it's primer sometimes.
But I think.
He's getting violated for it.
No, again, I'm not saying anything about the neighbor's truthfulness or anything like that, but what I would say is Hempstead Turnpike has a number of uses that are adjacent to residential properties. There's a car dealership right down the road. They wash cars, they do things to cars, they use waxes and.
Time out.
One
We
at a
don't
time.
like that either,
Wait.
because it still goes down our drain, but that's a different story, different
You-
problem.
So this is the thing. Hempstead Turnpike has become extremely commercial. You have a lot of diesel trucks passing by.
Right.
What they are smelling are diesel trucks. If you ask them the hours in which they're smelling it, it's gonna be anytime
Okay.
after 6.
And you use cleaning fluids and all that stuff.
Well, how about Bondo? Bondo smells like that.
Right, but
No,
the
but-
issue is he gets violated because the fire marshals are called and they say he's spraying illegally. Why would the fire marshals take his spray gun away and tell him he's not allowed to do it and that it's not healthy? You wouldn't get a violation if you were,
Did they
right?
do that?
No, they
Yes,
did not.
he's
they
got
did- No,
violations.
they did not do that.
Did they
There is
take
no-
it-
There's
I
no,
know the fire marshal.
there is no conviction by the fire marshal,
Did-
by Fire Marshal Ferran for any violations at 7:35 or at 1:30.
There is.
Has that been
There is
adjudicated?
there's no
You have it in
violations.
the report. We
There's,
foiled
there's
it.
reports, which is false reports.
How come
Everything
they
to this
came
day,
directly from
Sound
the
like
fire
Donald
is
Trump.
still
Hold on,
negative.
hold on, let him speak. Go ahead.
Everything to date is still negative. There's no spray gun that was taken, there's no tools that were taken, there's no chemicals from the mixer room, there's nothing. Every single thing is still there. The booth and the mixer room are actually sealed.
Is the
And we
mixture,
purposely did that because we have a working relationship with the fire marshal, and we've come under so much heat based on the neighbors and the community.
is the mixing room also in the same ventilation system as the spray booth?
No, it's totally separate, man.
Does it, you mix the chemicals in there, you said, the chemicals in the mixing room? Is
And
that,
the mixer room right,
I'm
is-
trying
is-
to ascertain if that's what people are smelling.
No, because we're not doing any mixing there, man. There's no painting whatsoever at that location.
Bondoing, primary?
Bondo is prep, primarily.
Bondo smells, I know, I did a little body work.
Yeah.
Bondo got a good smell going.
Okay, so the new, so new era, the new type of products, a lot of them are water-based, right? You
Right.
don't have any smell. You got to be within the close proximity to actually smell something. But if you're 10 feet away, 15 feet away, you're not gonna smell
Well, we
anything.
are about 10,
Yes,
15.
yes, back in the days, Bondo did have a
Well, I am
smell
pretty
to it,
old,
an
so
odor to
that
it.
could be.
Yeah, but it's changed. I've been at that location 32 years.
Really?
What location?
This same location.
There's no way, Norman, I've been there 32. It was
I've been in the
Enterprise.
same way. I told you that all the time. From it was
Norman,
Metro
unless you were like
700. you
five.
know?
Hold on. So what were the various businesses you've had there? We know two of them.
Okay, so I worked for Ford Motor Company previously. I started there at 16. I did my internship at Franklin Square Ford. Franklin Square Ford is now, Franklin Square was actually where the TD Bank is located, and we had a parking lot right now where the teachers, Walgreens is and the credit union. My actual location was actually acquired. It was purchased by Gus Birdie, I think in 19.
I just want to know what
60 something.
businesses were there.
What business? Always been automotive, man. And it was actually Franklin Square Ford, which is Blue Oval. Then we converted over to Suzuki, which is a dealership. Okay, and then from the dealership, then we went back to Franklin Square Ford.
And that was a dealership also?
Yeah, that was a dealership. Yeah,
So the first
facility.
auto repair place was Racing, what is it called
It
again?
was Norman Racing
No,
Results.
so after Ford decided to close, I took over. That was 2014, I believe, or 13.
And that was Racing, I keep forgetting.
Racing
that,
Results,
that was
you can't
racing, that was
forget it.
racing results. Yes,
Racing Results.
yes.
What did you do there?
So we did general repairs and stuff. I was part of the team of Ford Motor Company, so we did a lot of specialty repairs by Ford Motor Company.
Now you own it outright. Now you're not affiliated with Ford for
No, not
this,
anymore.
this business, okay.
No.
Okay, what else would you like to tell us?
That's it. And then as far as like everyone else getting the off-street parking, it's because these are like Sandy's, John Randazzo is like, you know, the guru of Franklin Square. He's respectful of the neighbors. So, yeah, I mean, he's a party store. We all go there and then you go off. All these people are restaurants that respect their neighbors. Norman, since the day he opened Racing Results, is always about Norman. Norman says, yes, I care about you, but you have to call him 20 times to move the car. He will block your driveway. I don't park in my own driveway because when I would take the kids to school, someone would be blocking it. So it's crazy. This is what we deal with on a regular basis. So,
If we were to go out there, when, we'll figure it out, never mind.
because Norman will play nice when he knows you're coming. Then we go, the block is beautiful.
I
and then-
quit asking. questions.
So
All right,
unfortunately.
so who else wants to
That's
speak?
it. Thank you.
Oh,
Just, if there are no questions for Mr. Mueller, I would love to let him
Oh.
go, because he's been here all day, and
yeah. I'm with you, Mr. Mueller. I don't believe there are any questions. I think everything's in your report. I don't think we need any more testimony from you. Thank you, Mr. Mueller. All right, who's next? Step up. Come on down. You're the next contestant.
My name is Doreen Cantalino. I've been living in Franklin Square for 42 years, and I am now a board member of the Garden City South Community League. And even before I became a member, I would always like Marge this, Marge that, you know, and that's what made me get involved with the community because I live there. My son grew up there. My son is a mechanic. And that's how I knew that that was an engine, because my son saw the engine.
It's
He
funny
knew it
an
was
engine got dropped off.
Yeah. He knew. He goes, Ma, it's a big truck engine.
It's random.
You know? And I frequent the butcher. And yes, Norman, you have seen me in the butcher, okay? When I started seeing the metal vent going up, I said, what's going on there? You know, this is crazy. And from what I understand, the New York State passed a law that, I don't know if it was true or whatever, that if it was not an existing body shop with the proper facility, that you were not supposed to make a body shop anymore with spray boots. It was an EPA thing, I believe.
We'll look into it.
So I would please look into that. I do, because my family, I do have family members who are into custom cars and do body work and restore Corvettes. So my family's been in the business for many years. As for the businesses, those businesses are grab and goes on the most part. Tony's Tacos, they rent parking spots from the bank that's across the street. I believe they may have up to 14 spots, I'm not sure. And a lot of their stuff is grab and go. The one that they were talking about, Frisco's, which is no longer there, it's a Greek place, which is there, a new Greek place. They park along Hempstead Turnpike, if you can get a spot. It's a very busy area, yes. Now, I frequent the butcher. Can I get a parking spot? No. And I go in there, I'm like, what's the deal with all these cars? There's always cars. He's been cleaning up the place because he knows that he's been getting in trouble, that things have been going on. The oil that Amanda was talking about, they ripped up the whole concrete, put all new concrete in. Yeah, well, that's because people were complaining about slipping and sliding. It's disgusting. And I've parked, and the spot you're talking about, the two spots on Hempstead Turnpike by Grange, by the hair salon and the insurance company, I've parked numerous times behind a vehicle that was damaged, that was his, that needed to be repaired. There's times that I'm handicapped. I have a disabled. I'm disabled. And there's times I have to circle because I cannot go to the butcher, and I go to the butcher almost every day or every other day. Grange and Hempstead Turnpike. There's Antieri Butcher there, which I frequent a lot. You know, I mean, that they even they required and asked for 15-minute parking. There's signs there that say 15-minute parking. And there's times you can't get a spot. Now that the poor butcher, he's losing customers because of some of these, that you can't get parking. Then you got A&S Bagel along there. A&S Bagel is busy. It's a 24-hour business. You have Sandy's. They have a private parking lot on Claflin and Hempstead Turnpike. So they have at least 9 spots, I believe, or 8. And then they have a few spots in front. Then you have the fire department past that. So most of the businesses, again, are grab and go on that. Now, the building was built in 1964 as a counter bar food establishment. The building that they're in, okay? In 1948, I don't know what year, it was an office building. Then Ford used the office, used the car for an office. It was an office. It was not a repair. Yeah. Believe me, Marge looked this all up already, because she's... Look in her folder. Okay. In what year? In 63. And it was also an auto parts for many years. I do remember that. It was an auto parts store. Yes, I do remember that. And refer back to the web crims.
There he is.
Because
Found it?
there's all those violations and everything. So, basically, like I said, I don't think he has sufficient enough parking for an area for a business like that. I know my cousins who have a business, they're in a commercial area, along like his other two are in a commercial area.
Well, this zone is, Hempstead Turnpike is zoned business for the first, it's usually 100 feet. I assume this one is too. But it does abut the residential, and it is, we understand. If that's all, we're going to let this last.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak?
But we just forgot to say that, because a lot of times you'll come out in your house and you'll see, like, the last 2 weeks ago, they were out there fixing cars on the street.
Oh, boy.
What kind of fixing?
Like, checking the oil, I don't know what they're doing, I'm not a mechanic. Mechanics are out there, they got shirts on, Norman shaking his head. They do, this is Norman, this is a day in the life on Raymond Street. You know we talk about this all the time.
Okay, so everyone who wishes to speak has spoken. Mr. Farrell, you want to sum up?
Yeah, I mean,
Wait,
look,
I just have...
go for it, Mr. Pellegrini.
Thank you.
You've earned it.
It's more than 12 hours here today. I have a suggestion, a thought. If you, Norman, put a tag on each one of your cars that you're under a green tag on the mirror or something like that, every one of them, and wherever you park them, the neighbors will be able to see that it's yours.
Usually those businesses put the tags on.
And
They like a number
then they'll have a legitimate beef. So think about doing something like that to identify your cars. If you're being a bad guy and fixing the cars on the street that's got your tag on it, then you gotta pay the piper.
I don't think there's even a dispute that the cars are.
Can I just say one other thing? The quality of life for the people on those two streets, it's not fair to them. I mean, when I heard that, when she told me about the poor boy that keeps smelling the paint, it's not fair to that
No,
child.
it isn't.
It's not. And people have sold their houses on those streets because of it, recently.
I think we get the picture. All right, Mr. Farrell, last thing,
So,
he's summing up.
I'll sum it up very quickly. I think the one neighbor summed it up perfectly when she said she can't find a parking space when she goes to the butcher shop or A&S Bagels. It's a very simple reason why. They have no parking. So where are the customers from those, where are those customers parking? They're parking on the street. They're creating a substantial amount of the parking issues that are along Hempstead Turnpike. Parking along Hempstead Turnpike is permitted. My client has, look, he's not perfect, but again, we're here for a parking variance for, you know, because we can only provide 2 spaces on site.
I was hearing the parking issues from the neighbors relating more to their streets, less about Hempstead.
Well, I'm just
Okay,
saying that,
okay,
I'm
okay.
using it as a point to say that parking on Hempstead Turnpike is an issue because the boards over the years have recognized there is no available parking for these buildings, and they've granted variances to them, and it's contributing to the overall problem.
Okay.
And I think,
We should stop now.
no, I think actually the opposite. I think you've set a precedent that would justify granting the relief in this case.
We're very familiar with the.
I'm just trying to make the record, clear, so this way there's no confusion. Overall, I think for the parking variance, the benefit to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the community.
Thank you. Okay, everyone who signed in will receive a copy of the board's decision. Do we have a motion?
I move that the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Thank you all. Oh, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, I
Bye,
appreciate the
everyone.
board's
Safe
time.
home.
I hope you don't have to decide. Go home.
Yeah, we have to do
We do.
decisions now. When do we meet again?
We meet on the 26th, 7th.
The last month.
The
last week
27th?
of the month.
Yeah. And Kim's birthday is the 20,
All right. Oh, my God.
no, is it 27th? 26th?
Materials
Oh,
gathered
yes.
up.
Day before the
We
next
can do
hearing.
that, Christina. We can do it, Christina.
Yeah, Christina, you can go home tonight at 10 o'clock. Yeah.
I called my,
They-
I got a call from my daughter, because she's at the trip. Well, she knows she's at 2 different sports, and my husband calls and says he's sick in bed. Sounds horrible. He can't go get her, find someone.
No, give it to me, I can reach.
Oh, I didn't know, I'm sorry, don't yell at me. Good.
Oh, my God. Oh, he had no school. He probably loved it. Oh, he probably DoorDash some pizza. We haven't even done the morning, have we? Wait, you know what, let me get pee real quick.
Oh, come on.
Very fast.
What? Yes. Oh, the next day? When I started here back in the day, here I go again, I sound like an old man. Absolutely, 100%. We used to come in on Wednesdays, hear the cases, and then adjourn, come back on
That's ridiculous. No, but, yeah, but you wouldn't even think it, you know? I'm sorry. Oh. Of course.
Case number 163, 2024. Case 163 of 2024 in West Hempstead, the Starbucks Corporation. It's a renewal of prior grant, 580 Hempstead Turnpike.
That's good.
Any discussion? Do we have a motion?
I move case 163 of 24 in West Hempstead be approved as requested. Same conditions, 5 years.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case 164, 2024 West Hempstead, Aldad and Sons Realty, Inc., renewal of prior grants, 484 to 510 Hempstead Turnpike. Again, West Hempstead, any discussion or motion?
I move that we grant 164 West Hempstead, 5 years with the same previously imposed conditions.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
165 of 2024 in Oceanside, SBA Properties LLC, renew of prior grants affecting the property at 3671 Oceanside Road. That case was put on reserve.
Wait, I have hold.
Do I have that right?
Yeah, I said hold for some reason.
165.
Oh, okay.
So let's just hold that, so make sure we know what we're doing on that. Case 166.
I think the shed being removed, was there proof of that?
Cases 166 through 167, Joseph A. and Lisa Randazzo, renewal of prior grants, properties located at 969 Plum Tree Road near Westbury. Any discussion or motion?
I move cases 166 and 167 of 2024, location of property 969 Plum Tree Road near Westbury be granted as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Cases 168 and 169, Jocelyn Buliere, hope I don't know how to pronounce it. The property is located at 938 Alhambra Road in Baldwin. One or more board members had indicated they wish to go inspect that application, so we'll put that on the reserve calendar. 170, 2024, Lillian Rachel and Joshua Samolik, affecting the property at 724 Elm Street in West Hempstead. Variances for lot area occupied, side yard aggregate to construct a dwelling dwelling with a garage by demolishing the existing dwelling garage. Any discussion and/or motion?
They said they were going to maintain the trees on the property.
Yes, and I believe they indicated they had submitted a plan to that effect.
I move that case 170, 2024, at 274 Elm Street, West Hempstead, be granted with the new dwelling conditions as well as no trees to be removed.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case 171 and 172 in Seaford. Carly McLaughlin, the property is at 4041 Eve Drive in Seaford. That case was adjourned to 5:15. Did I miss one, Joy?
No.
No.
Case 173 and 174 in Lido Beach. Brandon Kemper, variances for lot area occupied rear yard to construct a second-story wood deck, attach the dwelling and install a pool. I'm going to hold that for inspection. Case 175 of 2024, Michael Kafash, affecting the property at 525 Forest Avenue in Woodmere. This is a rehearing of a prior case. Any discussion or motion?
I move case 175 of 24 in Woodmere, 525 Forest Avenue be approved as requested.
Second?
New house conditions.
New house conditions,
Yes,
yes.
that's right.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Cases 176 through 179, Mitzi Patterson. The property is located at 870 in Willow Bend Lane in Baldwin. Various variances requested, side yards to maintain a barbecue, front yards to install AC units in dwelling, front yard also to install a generator, and a request to maintain a shed with more than the rear and side yards allowable. Do I have any discussion or motion on that case?
Which one?
176. Cases, I'm sorry.
I have reserve on that.
Yeah,
It's
hold
to
for
the
the proper
service.
measurements for the shed?
He actually did provide that.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he updated, remember, he
Oh.
updated to show the setback,
Yeah, we didn't have the number that we couldn't even deliberate on it.
Right, because
without-
that's
but he
what it-
provided it.
Okay.
Oh.
Someone want to deal with that case?
Which one? Oh, Mitzi? We're okay?
Cases.
Okay, I move that case 176 to 179, that at 870 Willow Bend Lane be granted as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Case 180 of 2024, Francesca Gomez. It's a request affecting the property at 3109 Skillman Avenue in Oceanside. Did we want to look at that, or do we have any other discussion or motion? I was the one with the
I don't
complaints
know.
that it's 3 levels. I don't care.
Okay, with respect to case 180 of 2024, location 3109 Skillman Avenue in Oceanside, it's to maintain a mother-daughter residence. I move that that be granted with all mother-daughter conditions.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Case number 181, 2024, Joseph Houghton and Christina Werner, affecting property located at 3499 Lawrence Avenue in Oceanside. One thing I will note, I made a note here, now we're starting to see these mother-daughter applications that have 2 meters where our standard language precludes that. In this case, and this isn't the first one, second meter actually is attached to the solar structures. So I don't know if we can add some sort of language that's provided, however, there may be a second, we approve the second meter that is attached to the solar system in this case, or something like that. Other than that, any discussion or motion?
I move case 181 of 24 in Oceanside at 3499 Lawrence Avenue be approved as requested, with the caveat that we somehow put in that the second meter is used for solar.
Use with mother-daughter. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Hold on. Stephanie, do you need an escort outside? If you want, we call public safety, they should be around.
Ugh.
Don't go away yet, Stephanie. Hold it.
Okay. Are we ready to go? Great.
Okay,
Thank
bye,
you,
staff.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Have a
It's a
good
long
one.
day. Good job.
Okay.
Thank you.
101, is that what?
Yep, 101.
101, 2024, Wilfredo and Erica Tirado.
Wait a minute.
Variances to install a pool with less than required front yard setback and to maintain a 6-foot fence forward of the dwelling. This meadow. Do we have any discussion or motion, or shall we hold that?
This is the one that swimming pool, we discussed having it adjusted
Yes.
to set it back 6 feet so that it would be, satisfy the
10 foot?
10-foot setback, which would be in compliance with the ordinance.
Is that a motion?
It's discussion. We're discussing it. Anybody have any
No,
discussions?
I agree with that.
I agree
Okay,
too.
so
I had those.
someone make a
And
Yep.
there is a, where is this? Set it back, and then they have to maintain a clear sight triangle on the north, west corner?
The drivers, right?
That one, and then the other side too.
No, the other one.
side
they-
is
they-
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So as depicted, they said there was 8 foot, yes.
Yeah, and that wasn't depicted, he said, as a proposal. They interpret, no, it's not there, the fence is there, and when our office told them to show where the clear sight triangle would be, just for our edification, it's been drawn here as if they're proposing it, and they're not. So we have to be clear. No, it's not there, and it's not proposed there. They drew it this way at the request of our office to show us where the clear sight triangle would otherwise need to be, but they're requesting not to put in it. So, that's confusing. Okay, so that's your motion, Mr. Pellegrini,
Yes.
to provide the required
Yes.
clear sight triangle at the applicant's driveway and to set
So the swimming
basically
pool,
to deny the front yard on that side of the pool
Yes.
because they'll set it back 10
Yes.
feet
yes.
and won't need relief. Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
And the
pool
usual
condition.
pool and fence conditions with
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Okay, cases 110, 2024 through 111, 2024. Colin and Yam, I apologize. Properties at 372 Taylor Avenue in Leviton. It's side yard aggregate to construct a second-story addition and lottery occupied to construct a second floor deck attached to the dwelling. Any discussion or motion?
Of 2024 location 372 Taylor Avenue in Levittown, New Jersey, as requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
case 9 of 2024.
Yeah.
Let's hold
Wilbur
that.
Argueta, special exception to maintain the second accessory
let's hold
structure,
that.
which is a pergola. Lottery occupied variance,
Hold
that's
and
the only
inspect.
variance being requested. Do we have any discussion or a motion on that?
Yeah, we have to hold.
Yeah, hold.
We'll hold that so that all the members are here to vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
And to
we're gonna go
inspect.
initial,
Inspect.
we're gonna inspect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, that's true. Sorry.
And this one.
As it relates to case 753 of 2023, which I will call a companion case to the former one, even though it's a completely different applicant, but the cases are related sufficiently that I believe we're going to hold that also
Yes.
to measure and inspect
Yes.
the various structures that are at issue in that case.
Correct.
So we'll put that on reserve also. Getting to the 2 o'clock calendar, case 182 of 2024, affecting the property at 7 Inwood Avenue in Point Lookout.
70.
I'm sorry, you're right, 70 Inwood Avenue in Point Lookout. Paul Croce, it's a use variance to maintain a garage converted to recreation room with the roof over the attached dwelling. In that case, it's just important that we distinguish it if we're inclined to approve it, because it's a use, those aren't usually uses, but in this case, what used to be a garage and was converted has no,
Right. No
it's
access.
attached to the dwelling, but is not connected by way of access to the dwelling. So apparently that's what's caused it to unusually be called a use variance instead of just a conversion. So is there any discussion or motion
I
on that
move that
case?
we grant this case with a memo indicating
Second.
the use
Second.
portion of it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case 183 of 2024. Sorry, just say that one more.
No, I know.
183 and 181.
Case 183 of 2024, ABC Ocean 3553 LLC, property 3453 Ocean Avenue, Oceanside. This is a companion case to 1824 2024, same heading. It's a subdivision, so the two cases are together. Any discussion, any motion?
I have a real problem with the design of those houses, because it looks like the way they designed it, it would be very easily put into two houses.
I agree, and I think that I personally, I'm assuming Mr. Agano, who had to depart, I need to look over the materials more, I need to inspect it.
Reserve.
I just feel like we have to
Okay,
put this
let's
case
hold.
on reserve.
I believe the applicant was going to submit new plans
Yes.
with the reconfiguration.
Agreed.
Yes, reserve.
Well, that was
Okay.
going to be the reconfiguration of the garage, only one garage with that. But I
Right.
disagree with the way it's constructed.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of work to do on that
Christina will
case.
talk to Minerva.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they were also decreasing lot area.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes a
Whatever,
difference.
yeah. 185, 2024 in Hewlett, Friedman Group LLC. This is a use variance, can construct an addition for office space, et cetera. The property is located at 1133 Broadway in Hewlett. There's been no secret determination, but do we have discussion? Are we holding it anyway? What do people feel about this?
I think we should do a draft decision on it. I don't think it's a bad case, but I think we need to justify how long it's been there and that it's a use variance and,
Okay, and then also that would include a secret draft.
yes.
Naked deck. Okay, cases we'll hold those for that. Case 186 of 2024 through 189 of 2024, Calagero Contrino. This is variance, this is the property located at 3449 Widener Avenue. These are variance requests, side yard aggregate to maintain additions, convert the garage to living space with roofed over patio and outdoor kitchen barbecue. They're all attached to the dwelling. There's a full pool filter with less than required side yard setback. And there's the maintenance of a shed and a gazebo, higher and larger than permitted, exceeding horizontal maximum. Is there any discussion on this? I know. Okay, good. I was out of the room for the hearing. We're gonna put that on reserve.
We don't even have to carry it.
Okay, cases 190 to 193 of 2024 near Beth Page. That's the case 420 Wanta Avenue, Inc. The Property is at 420 through 442 North Wantagh Avenue. That case was adjourned. It will be heard on June 5th at 2 o'clock. Case 794 of 2023 Near Valley Stream, Cold Torah Tefila. That case, we are going to have to put on reserve because we've got a lot more homework to do, and Mr. Regano's not here. Hi, honey, I'm almost done. Okay. So what would you want me to get you? Okay, it'll be just 20 minutes. Okay, bye. Okay, Mom, if you want to be a nice person, I mean, if you do or don't, I didn't have dinner. This case here is 788-23 Franklin Square Spring Collision, the case we last heard. The secret determination wasn't made. All of us have expressed an interest in going out and doing an inspection. I also think I got more homework to do in terms of reading the materials. So we'll put that on reserve. Going to the reserve calendar. Who wants to drive the bus here and what we're going to do? And the hour is late, so we'll do what we can, and if we can't, we won't.
That makes sense.
The first case, we're still holding, is with the fire marshal.
Okay,
Right.
next.
503 23 Point Lookout, we are still awaiting the new plans.
Next.
Okay, next one, 1724.
Can't do a revote without Mr. Regano.
Correct.
Why is that for a revote, real
Who
quick?
cares? What? Objection relevance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Call me tonight. No,
We're going to hold that, so we don't need to vote.
okay,
don't go for me.
okay, the next case.
Because we have a discussion, we can't have it every night.
Okay, next case, 100-24 Levittown. The applicant did submit a new plot plan, which shows all of the shed, which shows all of the structures, the shed, and the fence. So,
Is there any reason?
Is it submitted to the building department with any variances and permits?
I believe that fences are needed for, permits are needed for the fences. So
That are before us or not?
they are not before us.
Are they maintained?
They are maintained.
So why don't we send that to the buildings department, see if it comes back, additional variances might be needed? What do you think of that, Mrs. Dean?
Well, I mean, that's how we keep the check on it, is the problem. If we decide it will fall off our radar.
Right, so this is back to the building department, back to us, maybe.
Okay, the next case, we do have a little bit of an update. So I did speak to the plans examiner. The reason why it was not, I don't know if you're gonna recall, this is the case, it was in Merrick. It appeared to be 3 stories, but the basement was pre-existing.
Is it the one-step-down basement?
Correct. So it's it's a split.
Okay, so is it clear for takeoff?
So, yes, there is another bit, though. When it comes to it, it was also seeking a height variance. We did some investigation in the office, and we uncovered that when the house was built back in 1959, the code at the time, when it dealt with height, said 2.5 stories without any foot requirement. So the house was built in compliance at the time. So the second story that they're building is actually in line with the ridge from 1959 when it was constructed.
And what is the height it's at, if you recall?
I believe it's
Don't pull it.
32.
Can we write a decision that reflects that? So that we're not granting just a,
That's why I explained it, that it was built in conformance with the ridge.
okay.
Is this the one?
Basically, the height's grandfathered
Well,
in
essentially,
layperson's terms.
Exactly. It's not a non-conforming because the
Right.
building code was there, but grandfathered, I think, is appropriate.
This isn't the one that's 2 feet up above what it was built as? It was
No,
built-
no, that's a different
Okay.
one. That is a different one.
Okay, I'm,
Different
This
one.
is the basement that's a
Correct.
one-step down.
Okay.
This is a split, completely
good, so
different case.
I move that case 105-2024, Mina LaRusso at 2882 Well Neck Drive in Merrick be granted as requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I don't even know why this one's on.
Oh, yes, I know why the next one's on. Okay, so 10824. So you'll remember that was the case, Ms. Pangallo represented the applicants. They originally, they did a cellar extension and a second-story extension with a permit. It didn't require any variances because they were going to take down their garage. After seeing the project, they decided to not take down the garage, which is why they are now in front of us.
All right, I don't have a problem with it. Does anyone else? Okay, case, is this case ripe for us to decide? Anyone have an issue with the case?
problems?
I don't.
So I move 108, case 108 of 2024, located at 1050 Quentin Place in Woodmere, be granted as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just would the board like, maybe with a condition to confirm that there is no cellar entrance to be had?
Okay, yep.
Okay, fine.
Case 120 of 2024, is that ready to go?
So, in my email this morning at around 10:40, I did get an email from the applicant's attorney with an easement agreement. I did not get a chance to review it.
Okay, next.
We're gonna have to hold it. Next case. Oh, that's the same case. I mean, they're
Right.
together.
Woodmere, Woodmere.
Okay, Woodmere.
Woodmere.
Okay, so we recently, we spoke to the applicant's attorney and we reiterated the board's position, and they are going to go back to their compliance and.
Okay, so we gotta hold it.
Yep.
Hold it. Next case, Gutowitz.
You probably need more time to do that.
No, I did look at it. I think we have one or two choices. Either, I went to the property and the neighbor's claim was not at all accurate. That being said, this house, I was not able to get in the backyard. I could look from the side yards. There are at least two more structures that are not on the plot plan.
I have an updated plot submitted yesterday, sorry.
What the heck?
This reminds me when I was first on the board, sometimes we'd go to midnight. Arthur would flip out, put his jacket on, his ski jacket and his shoes, come out here with his salad and go, "What's wrong with you? I have medication I have to take. It's 6 o'clock." Huh? We used to have regularly, I would say, we often did 8 o'clock, right, Joe?
Yeah.
I would say maybe at least 30%. Oh, my God.
What's his applicant?
Arthur was a crack up. Are they there or not?
Oh, wait a second. Generator 2 air conditioners. Except I don't see a generator, do you?
Right.
AC, shed, no generator. Oh, maybe that's this.
Yep, maintain
Okay.
generator existing.
All right, are we good?
No. This is a Residence A zone. He did not update the lot area occupied. Without those extra structures, the lot area occupied was given to us at 40%, 41% lot area occupied. It's a Residence A.
What's the level there?
25%, almost double what's allowed. It might be with these additional structures, which are not on here, this and this and this.
I do not believe air conditioning needs to go through.
Okay, so still 40%, 41%.
Okay, what's your recommendation?
Deny the case.
The whole case?
Deny the structures, yes.
Hold on, maintain, wait. Let's go through them then. For lot area occupied, maintain roof over open porch. Joe?
No, I'm sorry, the front yard is fine. Yes, I apologize.
That's lot area occupied.
Thank you did that. Yes.
Okay. Special except, maintain shed exceeding horizontal, blah, 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 lot area.
The 3 sheds denied.
Shed 1 out. Second says shed, no sheds at all?
No. He's got a full car garage with a carport underneath.
3 sheds.
Yes.
Wow.
It's 40% lot area occupied.
What is it without the sheds?
I don't know.
Where's he gonna put his lawnmower?
in his garage,
I
because
mean,
he
he's gotta
doesn't,
put a car there,
he
and we're
doesn't
gonna
use
take
his,
that
he
away.
doesn't use his garage.
Pardon me? Yes, please do.
He didn't show everything on it. We caused him to go back and take a look at the property. It caused me to get off my butt and go out there and look at it, because this guy didn't submit required paperwork. This is a frequent stuff, and
Again, because the expediter, or whoever it is,
I don't know who made the mess.
oh, I thought you said this person does it frequently.
He does.
Well, you know.
I move that case 140, 142 of 2024.
No, you were in favor of 140, because
Why?
that's the
Open
open
porch?
porch.
Is that the front? Yes, you're right. So case 140, the open porch be granted as requested,
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
and the rest, 141, 142, be denied.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
I'm nay. I vote against the motion.
Whoa,
Okay.
which one?
For 41 and 42.
Yeah, I voted in favor of the 140
40.
motion. Okay, so, case 143 of 22.
Still fails.
Still
Yes,
fails.
I can do the math.
It's different.
Okay. No, I,
I know it fails.
no,
Okay. What's that?
as the
Well,
chairperson.
I have to vote because we only have 4. I believe. Okay, either way, it doesn't really matter, does it?
No,
Okay, I won't vote.
didn't
I don't
raise any-
care.
No, you
I-
have to vote.
I think I do have to
The
vote.
chairperson always votes.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay,
Regardless of what they think they do.
But you don't make motions.
that's right.
And according to Bogle, Robert's Rules of Parliamentary Procedure, when we have a panel of 5 or less, the chairperson can vote, make a motion rather.
Okay, so let's move on. 143.
I verified
Matter of
that.
fact, I'll do that right, oh, we don't have 5. Because I did do, someone else will have to make a motion. It's 143 of 2024, 146 of 2024. Alex and Adeline Kaiserman. The property is 239 Lagoon Drive East. It's various requests for lot area occupied side yard, to maintain a wood deck and wood deck, some fences, and 2 small attached sheds in the side yard. I inspected the property. It's very well maintained. It's on a canal. It's exactly the same as every other neighbor in concept. It's very similar to all the others. The whole backyard's a deck. It's on the canal. It has a dock floating. And without making the motion, my recommendation is that we would approve it as requested.
Well, there you go.
I move cases 143 through
That's okay.
146 of 2024. Location of property is 239 Lagoon Drive in Lido Beach. Be granted as requested.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case 149 of 2024,
Oh, this is
North
the one.
Belmore. Sorry. Hold
Yes.
on. I was out of the room on this case.
Oh, well, regardless, we were still waiting for...
Oh, wait, no.
You were
I'm
here.
thinking of another exit count. I'm really
Yeah.
losing it.
So, well, an update on that one. We still...
Okay, let me just, it's 149 of 2024. Michael Dower, 1739 White Street, Belmore. Go ahead.
We are still awaiting the cost analysis.
Okay.
You know, it was my suggestion that we get the cost analysis, but on further analysis in my mind, this would set a bad precedent in the area for heights, and I don't know that it could be justified. It's 2 feet over,
Yeah, it's 2.5.
2.5 feet?
Oh, but this is the one they just built wrong?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, let's hold it, because I truly don't feel I'm in a position to
All right, you need,
vote. Now I want to look back at the papers, because it's a big deal if we have to tear off a structure.
Sure.
But I'm not saying we... Okay, we'll get to it then. Case 150, 2024, Belmar. Andrea Weiner, no address. Oh, there it is. 2443 Surf Drive, Belmar.
she's slap happy. She's
You know
been
what?
here
This is
too
what my
long.
mom- So, do we have what's the
Yes.
situation?
So the applicant was to provide original pool drawings. They did.
Okay, we good to
And
go?
this was for the pool not permitted. How different is that? If
Just the equipment?
Is it just the equipment?
It seems so.
Okay. I think Kim should make this motion. What? Speak up.
2443 Surf Drive be approved as requested.
Second,
Second?
all in favor?
Aye.
Case 161, 2024, East Meadow White Diamond Lounge, Inc. Let's see, you were to inspect it, Joe, and we needed additional information, so we don't have that
What do,
yet.
Correct.
what do we need?
Additional information.
I have to double check my calendar, but we did not receive any contact from them.
Okay.
Did we need to?
Yes,
Yeah, they
Joe.
were to provide information.
No, he's just doing this on purpose.
Okay.
Okay, is there any other housekeeping matters before we all close the
Housekeeping.
hearing and go home to my hungry daughter, my sick husband, and my probably,
He's sick, huh?
yeah, he called me, he called me for Lucci to get picked up 3 hours ago. He's like, he said his head feels like it's gonna explode. He just texts me and he goes, "Where are you?" He never does that, because he has people watching him and he doesn't need to.
Listen. It's on a corner property
Yeah.
with the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Mr. Organa's not here.
voted on it last time, but he thought that.
Yes, okay.
Is this the
So,
revote one?
What's the case number?
Different one.
So someone make a motion, when do you make a motion to restore this to the reserve count?
So I move that case 155 at 2024 that was approved, that it be...
In part and denied in part.
Yeah, what you
That
just said.
that motion be vacated, that decision be vacated.
And put on a
and that the
reserve calendar.
case be restored to the reserve calendar for further proceedings. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Timely. Was Christina finished?
Park drive home.
Case 495, 496 of 2021. It's a application for an extension of time at 21 Merrick Avenue.
What do you recommend?
They need to secure a building permit. It is timely. I move that we grant this a 9-month extension.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. you're sure it's not gonna delay it at all?
I asked Becky today, she says they're just looking for one or two things from them, and she's gonna issue.
So she'll issue that building permit regardless of what, yeah. Okay. Maybe I bet they are thinking, we don't wanna build on top of that if we don't get approved.
I'm gonna call the resident tomorrow and I'm gonna explain to them that
It's status quo.
Take care of Becky and you'll get that.
it has no bearings on that, it's
Although they might think the second story is above what we haven't approved yet.
further back.
Okay, good.
And this is
Oh, yeah.
What's this one?
This is an expedite for Jewish school. They are currently at 40-something. They expect to have some kids next year. They want to begin work to expand the school to accommodate those kids.
So they need various variances, et cetera.
Okay, wait, when was it filed?
It was filed a few weeks ago. Everything that I looked up on the portal, there's been no delays to any paperwork. It's with us now. They're just waiting.
And I know you've told us this before. Once you're in the queue and all your papers are filed, when are they gonna get a date if we didn't expedite it? No, not what date are they gonna get? When will they be assigned a date, and then what will that date be?
Wouldn't have that yet. So the expedite gets them through the queue and gets it reviewed by our office, and as soon as everything's okay, we can sign it.
But he's already in the queue.
Right, so this would push him to the head.
Oh, he's in a completed file queue, but not yet reviewed?
His paperwork has all been submitted and it just needs to be reviewed.
But how many cases do we have that have done everything they need to do and they're just waiting for a court date? Or no, waiting to be reviewed?
I couldn't tell you right now.
Why not?
Oh, so it goes, here's the paperwork, here's the checklist, put all this in. Once that's in,
5 pages, so it's about 27 pages.
so once you put in your checklist stuff, now you get in the intake queue, and as soon as you get assigned to someone, then they work with you to getting the other materials that are
Is
needed.
he calling you
And once
again?
that's done, you're in the queue. Hey, Alphonse,
See?
I'm still at work. I sent you a text message. We're just finishing decisions.
Let's make noise like we're having a
I'm
Wait, we're gonna close the hearing, screw that.
I move our meeting be closed.
Love you, bye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.